All right, Madam Committee Administrative Assistant, please call the roll.
Representative Guyman, present. Representative Bro, Representative Bryant, present. Representative Carrier, present. Representative Coates, present. Representative DeWitt, Representative Domain, present. Representative Travis Johnson, present. Representative Kerner, present. Representative Lacombe, present. Representative Landry, present. Representative Mack, present. Representative McCormick, present. Representative Orgeron,
Here.
present. Representative Reiser, Representative Ventrella, Representative Zerain, present.
DeWitt's here.
16 House members present.
You got the writ. All right, thank you, Madam Committee Administrative Assistant. Let's go with Representative Mack, House Bill 353. Ms. Stalder, if you could read that in, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Bill 353 by Representative Mack provides relative to carbon dioxide sequestration.
Thank you, Ms. Stalder. Representative Mack, on your bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, by now we all know exactly what carbon sequestration is. We've heard a lot of debate today whether the process is, can be done safely, and the economic value and this type of information. Let me say this: there's risk associated with everything you do in life, and to me, it's about acceptable risk, what's acceptable, and mitigating the risk associated with carbon sequestration. And that's what this bill is about. It's about mitigating risk. It's about just making sure that those involved in the process are held accountable. To me, it provides good protection, for those surrounding the projects. And to me, this is a good bill. I'm here to answer any questions. I do have a set of amendments to offer up. We can go into the discussion. That's it. Yep. I will say, too, that y'all know, or probably aware, most of you that was on the committee last year, I was able to successfully pass a carbon sequestration safety bill. I took a lot of feedback from constituents and folks in Louisiana, worked with industry, worked with just about every player in the game to to put forth a good bill that would allow this to be a safe process, or make the process, I guess you could say, more safe. So this bill here is pretty much the same thing. It enhances the safety regulations, so that's my presentation on this bill.
All right, thank you, Representative Mack. Do you want to take your amendment up now, or do you want to answer questions first?
We can go ahead and take it up now, because it's some significant changes, a lot of changes there, and it's pertinent to the bill.
Vice Chair Orgeron, can you hold your question until the amendment? Okay. Ms. Stoller, could you read in the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is amendment set number 1727. It is available online and in your folders already. Amendments 1 through 3 are technical. Amendments 4 and 5 remove a provision in the bill on page 2, starting at line 23. enacting additional required findings for Class 6 well permitting regarding minerals located beneath the proposed storage facility. Amendments 6 through 8 make changes to the emergency and remedial response plan requirements by removing specific entities that must be involved in planning for emergency training and community notification system requirements regarding training, and changes the requirement that these systems be tested semi-annually to annually. Amendment number 9 changes requirements at the top of page 5 from a requirement that operators provide fire departments with necessary equipment and supplies to a requirement that those equipment and supplies be identified during training exercises, and requires that applicable fire departments have on site or readily available for their use those necessary equipment and supplies identified. Amendments 10 through 12 amend the financial security requirements on page 5, starting at line 18, for public water system contamination, to clarify that the remediation required only applies to contamination caused by an operator's own storage facility. On page 6, after line 29, amendment number 13 adds new law providing a procedure for obtaining a waiver from the setback requirements for storage facilities and pipelines. Amendments 15 and 16 change the groundwater monitoring requirements on page 7, starting at line 14, to remove the requirement that groundwater be tested continuously, and to change the required reporting from semi-annually to quarterly. And amendment number 17 clarifies that the storage facility operator's duty to provide safe drinking water after groundwater contamination only applies to contamination caused by their own storage facility. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stalder. Representative Mack, do you want to hit that a lick, or did she cover it?
Say that one more time.
Do you want to hit that again, like the amendment, and highlight it, or?
Yeah, I want to say this. I want to say there's a lot of amendments here. I want to say that I truly did. I mean, I didn't spend as much time putting this bill together as Rep. Guyman did on some of the bills he's proposing this year, or Chuck Owens or Mr. McCormick. But I spent many, many hours talking to industry folks, multiple industry folks. I'm not going to call any names or any specific industry folks tonight, but I spent many hours over the last 6 months to a year putting this bill together, right? And then the last week or so, there was just a lot of questions that came up. I was trying to work with, listen to the people of Louisiana, and listen from all across Louisiana. I was trying to listen to, industry and just address everybody's concerns so that I could put a good bill together to keep this process done safely, and that would, kind of just, working together as a team to put some good legislation together that would allow this process to be done safer. And so that's where all these amendments came from. So I guess we should go through them and just kind of explain some of them. Is that what we prefer, or does the people want to ask questions? I know it's a long bill and it's a lot to it, but
why don't you just hit the
try to do
highlights
that.
of the major changes between the existing bill and what would be the amended bill, and then let's go
Okay,
to
I can
questions.
do that. I'll try to do that. So the original bill talks about stranded mineral rights, okay? What'd you say? Did somebody say something?
Hang on, point of order, Representative Reiser.
No, I just concur with the chair, and I kind of interrupted him, I guess, is that, this was present law, and then what are you wanting to revise inside the bill? If you can
Okay.
back to what we said earlier, we stick to whatever the bill is, and
Yep.
just look on it.
I'll try to do the best I can with that. Let me say this.
Thank you, Representative Reiser.
The things in the bill I already know that are underlined, that's new language. The things that are not underlined, that's old language in the safety bill, and the things that are strike through, that's the things we removed. There's a lot of language in the safety bill and in state statute today that it's not listed here. You'll see the asterisks, the 3 asterisks. Those are places where you're going to have language, and I don't have it before me. But what I can tell you, I can go over real quick the original bill and some of that language, and then kind of run through some of the amendments and let you know what the amendments are. That's what we want to do today, right now? Okay. There's a section on the original bill, page 2, and it talks about stranded mineral rights. Okay, we deleted that. Okay. And the reason, I think it's important to state the reason, is because I think McCormick and some other ones, I think Rep. Reiser is going to have some bills that deals with stranded mineral rights, and felt like that, that would be better suited to talk about and adopt some regulation on stranded mineral rights through those bills. So deleted that. That's been deleted. Continuing on, let's see here. Just amendment number 6. Let's talk about that. Okay. The intent there was for the continuing training to be for the facility operators and the transmission pipeline operators. In addition to that, we wanted to require, and I don't think this is new, but basically a community notification system that complies with all of the following, and it talked about what it should comply with. Let me say this. When it comes to the community notification system, that's really, really important that a system be put in place to notify the public, in case there's a catastrophic failure or some type of major release, that everybody's aware and that everybody can get out of the hazardous area or the hazard zone. This bill doesn't say that the owner or operator of the pipeline or the storage facility has to be the one that notifies the public. It just basically requires that the emergency response plan or the plan, the public be notified in case there is an emergency. Okay, I think that's important. I think it's necessary. I think that's a valuable part of the bill. Let's talk about amendment number 9. Let's see. Okay. Sat and talked to industry about drills. Okay, let's talk about drills. I think it's important to have drills. I worked in industry for 25 years, not bragging by any means, but I have experience in operations, logistics, transporting hazardous material from point A to point B. I've had experience maintaining hazardous equipment on a corporate level. And I want to say that throughout my 25 years, we had many, many drills, and drills were important because it's hard to get it right the first time. You have procedures, you have emergency response procedures, you follow those to the T, you read them constantly. It's the day of the drill, the alarm goes off, they announce it's a drill, and then you go out there and you try to act out a scenario of some type of emergency release. And after the drill is over, then you all congregate and you go over, the opportunities that come out of the drill. What things went wrong, what things went right. You document all that stuff, and then you develop an action list and you address all of those concerns to make it a better process in the future. I think that drills are important. And let me say this. This is not something that Shane says you need to have, and in those involved in this process doesn't agree. The industries that I've spoken with are all planning to have drills. They're okay with having an initial tabletop. They're okay with having, you'll notice that this used to have drills required annually, but now it says every 3 years. We changed that because it was a suggestion from industry and felt like that, annually rolls around more often than you think. And when you're getting local government, when you're getting local homeland security, when you're getting everybody involved in emergency response drill, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of coordinating that goes into that. And felt like that 3 years would be the appropriate amount of time to have these routine drills after you have your initial tabletop. I think that in order to do this safely, in order to mitigate the risk, having drills is going to be a huge part of this. And everybody that I'm aware of that I have spoken to are planning on having drills. And so I feel like this is perfectly okay to be in the bill. Let me run through some more here.
Matt,
I'm trying to go fast, but y'all asked me to explain.
why don't we take some questions and see if
That sounds great.
All right. Representative Vice Chair Orgeron for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Mack, this bill seems like if we were 5 years from now and we had projects and there were shortcomings, then this would kind of be fill in the gap, spackle in where DNR didn't do things to the best of their ability. I mean, how did you come up with, from the original onset, you were searching for a word, but it sounded like you were trying to put guardrails, better protective guardrails on the industry.
Yep.
Where did you get the added items to put into this bill to put better protective guardrails come from industry experience showing a lack in certain areas? And that's part of your research, just from talking to people who believe what current technology would afford, or how did you come on that? Whenever we're still in the nascent portion of this industry.
Okay, so thanks for asking that, and let me try to respond to that specifically. So, as I understand the question, the question is talking about the drills, right? And where did I come up with the language of the drills, right?
No, the whole actual bill.
The whole bill.
The whole
Okay.
wide bill, yeah.
Well, that's a big question, and I'll try to answer it. But, okay, so I sat down and had hour-long meetings with industry and spoke with them on the concerns of the citizens, right? And a lot of the language from those meetings, I went to speak with the House staff attorney and we wrote out this bill.
Okay.
Now, we took notes, right? And then we would go look at regulation that currently existed. We looked at regulation or administrative rules and things like that, and took a lot of the language from there. And that's how we kind of came up with this. I also looked at the Safety Act or Safety Bill from the state of Illinois that was implemented, and took some of that from their bill that I thought was, that would make it a safer process in Louisiana, and put that in this bill. If you ask specific questions on what specific language, where did this stuff come from,
Right.
I can probably give you a better answer on exactly where certain parts of this came from. But basically, just from talking to the people, just from life experience working, in the chemical industry, in out of that Illinois bill, and the incidents that happen across Mississippi and that type of stuff is how we put the bill together.
Right. Like some of the things that I had not originally thought of in thinking about this industry were like electric vehicles or non-combustion vehicles to be able to get for hazardous response and all of that. I mean, every fire department pretty much has SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus and things like that to be able to handle an incident related to this one. So, I'm not saying it's devoid of value in here in that, the electric vehicle response vehicle for this sort of thing might be a good thing to have in this area or consideration. I just Just wanted to know. So basically, you answered my question by saying your interactions with your constituencies, their concerns, and then talking to industry on
100% correct.
how they would handle that,
Right.
and you seeing a differential in what's currently in statute right now on how these projects would move forward and the concerns of the constituency, and this is the product
That's 100%
to meet the
correct.
gap, to
That's
mitigate
right.
that gap.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Was on Representative DeWitt for a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mac, for bringing this bill. I was going to ask a few questions concerning. Did you meet with DEQ or DNR? Because these are the guys who regulate these folks.
I did not meet with
talk to
DEQ,
them. Or
but I
talk to
did
them.
talk to LDENR.
And because DEQ most of the time is this, your main responder with state police when it comes to responding to hazard material spills and releases. Can we go?
Yeah.
Let's go
Yeah.
to page 8 of 10.
Yeah, let's go look at page 8. Oh, wow, that's the end. Okay.
Okay, let me pull this over. Proposed law. Would you mind start reading that, and then I'll stop you whenever I got a question, if you don't mind. And
Absolutely.
that's going to be proposed law above number 1 there toward the bottom.
Yeah, okay. So proposed law retains present law and adds definitions for public water system and transmission pipeline.
No,
Is that
sir.
what you're talking about?
No, sir. Proposed law retains present law and adds a violation of these reporting requirements subjects the operator and owner to the following. Be further down, probably.
Oh, here, right
Shannon.
here. Proposed law retains present law and adds that a violation of these reporting requirements subjects the operator and owner to the following. Okay, and then it's got some civil penalties and then some criminal penalties.
Where did you get? As you know, I was one of these responders and enforce these laws. Where did you get the criminal penalties for paperwork violations? Because that's what this looks like.
I thought it was a good idea to put bad people like you in jail. No, for real.
Because
For real.
we don't do that now, and I'm wondering why you would want to associate criminal penalties for a paperwork violation. That's all.
You know, this is not something I come out of the top of my head, and because I think that there's multiple bad players in the industry. I don't think that. This language, well, let me say this. I talked to a lot of constituents across Louisiana, and they wanted something in there to hold people accountable. And I wanted to search and try to find something that was reasonable. And so we looked at Title 30. You know, Title 30 is a lot in Title 30.
You betcha.
I mean, it's a lot. But in Title 30, in other sections that maybe doesn't apply specifically to carbon sequestration, you know, this language is in there. And I have it right here. And if you want to give me the time, I'll find it for you. But it's right here. It's in Title 30. That language right there is already written specifically word for word in Title 30 in a different section covering other things. If people intentionally falsify some type of reporting document, you know, that type of stuff, those are the penalties.
Okay, because I know everything up to willful violation.
Yeah.
And I used to use the terminators whenever we were preparing charges against somebody
Yeah.
for intentionally or willfully
Yeah.
violating the law. And to my knowledge, in my 30 years of experience, I don't remember ever putting somebody in jail for a paperwork violation. And I want to, that's what I want to center on.
Let me see if I can read some of this.
Where you getting that at? Because I've worked with state police every day.
Here's some language right here from RS 30:544. It talks about violations, penalties, and civil and criminal. 544
Okay.
C. Any person who willfully and knowingly violates this chapter or any rule, regulation, or order issued under this chapter shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor and upon conviction shall be subject for each offense to a fine of not more than $25,000 or imprisoned for not more than 1 year. I took it right out of the regulation.
You took it out of that, and
Yes,
that's dealing with what specifically? Releases,
I didn't copy the whole 30, but it,
hazard materials, hazardous waste. Because that's what it. That's why I'm asking. It
Yeah,
sounds
I
like
need
some
to look
hazardous
some
waste
more.
stuff going on there. Somebody knowingly and intentionally writing something on a manifest that
I don't have my
wasn't true.
computer in front of me, but I could go back and look some more. It's to the best of my knowledge, it's dealing with disposal and hazardous waste and things of that nature, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think we're talking about responses though versus
Response?
emergency. As we merge, this bill talks about basically is about
It's
emergency
multiple
responses.
section. It does talk about emergency response, but that
responses
civil
mainly?
section, that criminal section right there is not about emergency response.
Okay, but most of your
It's not.
bill is though.
It's a good portion of it, but not
Yeah.
all of it. There's a lot in there.
Which, by the way, I agree with. I want
Yes.
you to know that.
I know you
but,
do.
But
I'm just saying
But-
there's a
but,
whole section on water and things like that. It's not all about emergency response. A large portion of it is, but not all of it. This part, let me say this. That civil section that we just talked about, the civil penalties and the criminal penalties, that is for false reporting. Intentional, willfully false reporting.
you know, I've been a part of putting people in jail for doing such a thing, and I'm okay with that.
I know.
If somebody intentionally does something to harm the environment.
Yeah, I don't expect
Okay.
that to happen.
So I'm just wanting to make sure
Yep.
that we didn't get too far out of bounds on putting somebody in jail for having a release and forgot to call or write it up, send
You know,
in the
we're-
paperwork. Paperwork's supposed to be there in 7 days. They get it there in 10 days. So
Right.
I don't want to put somebody in jail for that. I don't, fine them. Okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
But put them in jail for that.
Yeah. I'm with you. We're thinking of like, we wanted to put something that was fair and reasonable, and that's why we copied it straight out of current statute.
If the bill makes it to the floor, you okay with working with me on that?
I work with anybody, anytime. That's all I've done for the last
That's one
year.
thing.
is work with
Look,
everybody involved.
I just scanned this thing as quickly as I could.
I know, it's a lot.
and doing the best I can.
I know you
And
do.
honestly, that's the only thing that popped
And
out.
now you
at
got a
me.
good excuse for not pre-reading this too.
Yeah, no, but I just want to let you know that's the only thing that really stuck
Thank you.
out.
I promise we'll work on that together.
All right, we have a bunch of questions. Let's move on. Representative Johnson for a question. I'll remind the committee we have 6 additional bills after this one, and we have 6 hours to midnight. So let's keep things moving best we can. Representative Johnson for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just one quick question. Representative Mack, are there any current regulations under Class 6 regulations with DENR? Where did you get this information from? And did you use the department to help? 'Cause I think there's some regulations already in place, right?
There
Class
is. There's
6.
Title 43 administrative rules and regulations, and there's currently some state statute.
And that's just confusing. When can the DNR come? Because I would like to hear them discuss the regulations. Already a lot of regulations that's on the books for this.
Do you want to call them up
Yes,
right
please come
now?
to the table. Yes, sir.
Okay, now remember, committee, we are still on the amendment, and so Blake, I think Representative Johnson would like to have you come up and answer that question that he specifically has on that. Thank you.
Sure. And I guess was the question specific to a particular part of the bill, or
Just the amendments.
okay? Well, I don't have the amendment in front of me, but yeah, we do have requirements for emergency and remedial plans to be provided in the application process itself. And there, you're going to be looking at any scenario of release, whether that be the wellhead itself, or it could be a underground rupture for the CO2. Also deals with remedial activity after that, dealing with any type of contamination and how that's all going to be addressed. Similar to a lot of other incidents, if there's an emergency that were to take place, you will typically have like an incident commander for that specific emergency. Often it's state police. It can be OEP or other governmental agencies. DNR's staff will basically be there to advise, but the actual emergency response would not be done by us. It would typically be done by first responders. I know DEQ also has a role specific to hazardous waste cleanup. So yeah, on the emergency response stuff, there are already requirements in here. But if you were to read these rules, they are more general in telling you what has to be in that application, and then that application, the plan as part of the application, would be reviewed, and if approved, then that's now enforceable.
How does the penalties look to that if they someone break the rules?
So the penalties that I think were added in this that we were just discussing come from, I think it was the Natural Resources and Energy Act of 1973, and that deals primarily with natural gas pipelines and transportation or transmission lines. The language was very similar. I didn't have a chance to read it line by line, but I think that's where that is coming from.
There are already penalties in place for.
There are already penalties in place. They are not in the amounts, and it doesn't include the criminal language in the current
Thank you.
statute.
And Mac, it seemed like Representative Riser said we kind of like jumping the gun, sort of, and so that's what I was wondering when I was reading some of this information. So, but yeah, I get what you're trying to do though. So you're doing a good job at that.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Question, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we talked about this in several times in committee. I just want to confirm this is not in your bill. We've talked about the biggest threat is asphyxiation with CO2, and that it's odorless. And natural gas, propane, they have additives we put in it, so we give it the rotten egg smell, so we can smell if there's a leak. There's still nothing in your bill I guess we haven't found any additive to put in there to do away with the odorless smell. I don't guess odorless has a smell, but you get my point.
100% do. And you're right. And I can't remember who it was that brought that up maybe 6 to 8 months ago, and we started trying to work on that, and we wasn't able to find any type of ingredient to put in there or require you have to worry about the creating more hazard by putting a substance in there that might react with the carbon steel in the pipeline, and so that's why it's not in there.
No
scientist or chemist has been able to come up with something that would work.
And I know you know this, but just want to say it for the sake of the audience. You walk into a room, if it's full of CO2,
right,
and then if you smell that smell, it's just instinct to turn around and walk out and call somebody. But hopefully going forward, they can find something to put in this so it's not odorless. So if there is a leak, it can be detected before it's too late.
That would be great.
There's no way for first responders and nobody to know there's a leak, I guess, unless they're wearing CO2 monitors. Don't even know if they make those. Assume they do.
They definitely do.
They do? Okay. Well, So does your bill require the first responders to have CO2 monitors?
Let's talk about that. So, like I say, I've worked in industry. You wear what they call a oxygen monitor, and it measures the oxygen content. And if the oxygen content is not, between the acceptable range, then it would start vibrating and making this loud noises. All of the fire departments, to the best of my knowledge, wear something like that when they're responding to emergencies. I will say this. There are a lot of different players in the game when it comes to industry, when it comes to the pipelines, installing and maintaining the pipelines and injecting the CO2. A lot of them have extremely high standards. A lot of them are planning on running drills, and a lot of them are planning on working with the local fire departments to make sure that the proper equipment necessary to respond to these emergencies is in hand. And those, you got to thank those type of people, but in this bill, it talks about, and it was amended, but it talks about ensuring that the responding fire departments have the proper equipment needed to be able to properly respond to a
And who's going to have
emergency.
to pay for that equipment?
Well, that was a very discussed topic. Let me say that. Currently, the way the bill is drafted with the amendment is it doesn't really dictate who pays for it. It just says that you need it in order to inject CO2. And so the thought process there was this. Originally, you'll probably notice in the bill that it said the owner of the pipeline or operator of the pipeline and the operator of the facility, storage facility, had to cover the cost, period, the end. But I received pushback from industry because the way the bill was written, fire department chief could come up there and say, hey, I need, so many trucks. I need this, I need that, I need that. And it could become quite expensive. And
yeah, and I
felt like it was, better written and more fair to all parties involved, such that the owners of the pipelines, the owners of the storage facility, work with local government, work with local fire departments to ensure that the right equipment was in hand and ready for use, so that they could properly respond. Because I will tell you this, I'm from Livingston Parish, but I received word from all the way across the state of Louisiana, fire department chiefs. I appreciated the testimony from the assistant chief. I think it was Vernon Parish. That they just simply don't have the proper equipment to respond to these emergencies, and they will be the ones responding and going into the danger zone to save people's lives. And so we wanted, basically the way that it's written right now is that everybody needs to work together to make sure that the right equipment's in hand.
And I don't guess DNR is going to require any type of additive at this point. I don't even know if that's y'all's line or if it has to do with the pipeline. I don't know who oversees pipelines, to be honest with you. I think it's Mercaptan that we put in natural gas.
Are you calling DNR up to the table, or?
Well, they're nodding from me from a distance, and that's okay with me, but they probably should come to the table, I guess.
Okay, can one of y'all come real quick and answer that question? Identify yourself, if you didn't earlier, and answer that question for us.
Stephen Giambroni, Pipeline Division Director and Acting Commissioner for the Office of Conservation.
So I think Representative Reiser gave me some information. Louisiana State Police monitors those pipelines. Their hazmat division, is that correct? And they would be the one responsible for deciding whether there's need to be an additive put in that CO2?
No. The State Police hazmat would certainly respond to a release. These types of pipelines are regulated by the U.S. Department of Transportation, their Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration.
Who requires a Mercaptan to be put in natural gas?
The federal guidelines, which we also enforce for intrastate pipelines. So
they don't require anything for the CO2 pipelines?
They do not currently require any kind of odorant in CO2 pipelines.
But isn't that the biggest threat with CO2 is asphyxiation? It's not, and that's the biggest concern for loss of life.
The concern would be asphyxiation.
Right, and lack of smell would be the first line of defense, I would think, against that.
Well, we require Mercaptan in all of our natural gas distribution systems, right?
Does propane have it too?
I think propane may have may have a natural odor to it, maybe, or does it require Mercaptan? We actually don't have any propane systems here that we regulate, so I'm not all that familiar with propane, but we have requirements only for gas distribution systems, and certain gas transmission systems will have Mercaptan, have that Mercaptan requirement if they're going through a class 3 or 4 location. But typically, these transmission lines are running at much higher pressures. And to be honest with you, if a transmission line has a leak, you're gonna hear it before you ever smell it. You're right. It's going to be an event that people will know about. Really, without
it seemed like it would add if you had a subsurface leak coming to the top of the ground. It would add, if you had
it certainly could. Not every transmission line runs at 1,000 pounds or 800 psi. So if they are running at a lower pressure and they're buried deep, then yes, that's certainly a possibility.
I hate to interrupt you. I'm trying to rush along. But, like saying, if you had a subsurface leak, if your storage facility was leaking up an old well bore and at a slow volume, if you had something in it, you could actually tell that there was, a mercaptan or something
Yeah.
like in there, you could detect a leak earlier before it become a major leak, it seems like.
Certainly for storage facilities, you're not going to have, again, the 1,000-pound pipeline. It's only 3 foot underground. That when it has a leak, you're going to know about it, right? So storage is going to be a slower leak if it's coming.
Thank you,
outside
Mr.
of
Chairman.
the
That's all my questions. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. Question, Representative Reiser.
I guess more of a comment. Currently, I'll get what I can see here in a minute, Shane. Currently, Louisiana Hazmat State Police responds to those, and when they lose the equipment, I don't remember, maybe in 2013 or so, we had one in the Lake Charles area. They lost some very expensive equipment. They have the specialized equipment, and they've got people I had a friend now that's deceased that was over the hazmat team, John Wiles, and they respond to that, and I passed legislation when they lose equipment inside there, well, then the company has to reimburse them. So I guess why we would want to, because they're specialized trained. We have 43 rural parishes. To your point, we have trouble getting fire trucks right now just because of volunteers.
Tell me about it.
I just don't know how that in the real world application, if you could ever meet the standard that the state police are already doing. The response time is they're there. I mean, they've got a unit there that's on patrol, and then the hazmat team is really good. They train all over the nation doing this for explosives.
Let me say this. So I'm just going to sit here and say I 100% agree with you.
And I'm asking you.
I'm 100% agreement with you, and that nothing in my bill, to the best of my knowledge, changes the current process.
Is it adding in there, or why wouldn't you just delete and say that it's already they already currently respond to hazards, any kind of explosions or leaks or whatever? The state police are already doing that. So I get my point is that
the bill just requires an emergency response plan be in place, and it just requires that responding agency have the proper equipment needed to perform a good rescue or respond to the emergency. It doesn't actually change the process or say that the operator itself has to do this or that or the other. It just basically requires a plan be put in place and make sure that that's in the regulation when it comes to transporting and injecting the CO2.
And I guess I'm not seeing in the bill where it's enumerated, though, where that is do 1, 2, 3, 4. But what I am seeing is new causes of action as far as being sued.
Say that again?
A cause of action, the right to sue, to file.
The right to sue.
A cause of action. It is creating new causes of action, correct, or no, or liability?
Okay, so there is a section on liability.
Mm-hmm.
And we can talk about that, but my thought is it doesn't have anything to do with emergency response. You want to talk about the liability section?
Yeah, I'd like to go with those because I'd like to.
And let me say this just to get back to that first question you had or that first thought process you had. My intent was never to change current working emergency response plans. It was just to make sure that in state statute that emergency response plans were in place to protect the people. And if that's not the way that we interpret this, or if we feel like we need to make some modifications, we certainly can do that.
I'm not being argument. I'm just trying to understand that the state police have been very efficient and very
100% agree.
effective with it.
Yep.
And then I just don't want it to be, once again, be burdensome that these wherever you're at on Class 6 permitting, there's $170 billion that's waiting on to be permitted. And then who's enacting the rules? And
let me say this. So, to the best of my knowledge, after sitting and talking with multiple industry folks, after just talking to everybody involved in the process, to me, this bill doesn't slow down the process at all when it comes to permitting Class 6 injection wells. That's my thought.
Okay,
hopefully I answered your question properly.
And then any comments you have on the liability or the
let me say this.
Let's address that.
Yes.
Let's address it because it's I know that if I'm what we have with legacy lawsuits, people don't they don't come here because they say we change the rules all the time. We don't know. And if we want to change the rules, that's change the rules. But I know if I was investing,
I'm happy you brought that up.
I just want to be really crystal clear what the liability and the exposure is here versus what another state might be if I was invested in, because we're already known to be pretty trial lawyer friendly, it seems like, in this state.
There's a new culture coming.
And I agree, and that's what I want to make sure we're not growing, and I want to make sure we make it less instead of more.
Okay, so I know there's a section in here on liability. I'm just going to try to find it real quick.
But Representative, that's just some points, and somebody else might want to come back up.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Okay, where we at on it?
Yep. Okay. Page 6.
Okay.
So,
What line we on?
Yeah, I think it's line 5 through 18.
Okay.
I read the extremely long, multiple-page Safety Act from the state of Illinois that was adopted. And in there was some language about if the operator responds to an emergency, the operator of the pipeline or the storage facility responds to emergency, and they damage property, individual's property, whether it be, you take a traco and smash a car, or take the traco and ram it into the side of the house by mistake, or just whatever, run over a water well or whatever, that they were going to need, they were responsible for covering that damage.
And is that not already current law that you're liable for that, or is that already in statute?
Let me say this. To the best of my knowledge, this was necessary to put in here to cover what I just spoke about.
Okay.
In addition to that, the wording here is for economic actual loss to an individual, caused by the operator, as such that I spoke about.
I remember Representative Carter had a bill last year that we picked up on some of this. Recall is not perfect on that.
I don't know exactly. I should have printed it out, but I can't remember exactly what that bill says.
We increased what the plaintiff gets on that.
Yeah, I thought that was for non-economic loss.
And that's what I'm going back over. That was an opposition. We all agreed, and we were opposition on industry on that. So
yeah, let me say this too. I think this is an important statement. I sat down, I keep saying this over and over, but I think it's important that I sat down with industry folks less than a week ago, multiple industry folks, and we went over this bill, and I took notes. And to the best of my knowledge, and maybe we'll find out a little bit more later, but to the best of my knowledge, they didn't have a problem with this section on liability.
Okay. All right, I'll yield for now. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Kind of getting me in the right thought pattern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Y'all actually are helping me.
Thank you, Representative Reiser. We're still on the amendment. Representative Coates for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Mack, I know you worked a lot on this bill. Half the time you're talking more about this bill than anything else. But so I know you're trying to be very proactive.
That's right.
And, a lot of people have concerns of what could happen because there have been events in other places. So I think you're just trying to be careful and be proactive up front. And I know with talking about the fire departments and the equipment and stuff, and I do understand state police would be there and stuff, but if you look at the Mississippi incident, it was the fire departments that were out there going door to door, trying to make sure no one was still left. The fire chief actually came to our committee and said that they were walking by foot with oxygen tanks and stuff and found people passed out in their cars. So I think they would be involved if some kind of incident would happen. And so I don't think you're talking about all this funding their entire fire department. I'm thinking from conversations we've had is that, you know, they may need oxygen tanks or masks or something. And these rural fire departments, some of them are only paying those volunteers or something $11. Some of them are volunteers, but some of them might be getting $11 an hour because they're only getting funding from their ad valorem tax, which is, you know, pretty low. So, and a lot of those departments are struggling. So I think that's, from our conversations, is what your kind of intent was, correct?
You are correct. And I just want to say Kim was present for a lot of my meetings. So, you know, she knows exactly what
So
I'm talking
Representative Mack, is there a motion to adopt your amendment?
about. Absolutely.
Okay, there's a motion by Representative Mack to adopt the set of amendments. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, that amendment is adopted. And now we're back on the bill. There are no questions on the bill, so we're going to bring up, if you would yield the table, we'll bring up opposition.
Oh, man. Yes, I'll yield the table.
Or you can sit there with them if you want.
Be the elbowing.
Oh, I skipped the proponents. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I forgot where we were. Wishing to speak on the bill and in support, Malia Batty. Renee Savant. Okay. Roland Hollins. Wishing to speak. Caleb Atwell. And Linda Langley. Linda. Richard Ezell. Richard? All right. We're back on the 3-minute rule. Let me light you up over there. All right, Mr. Caleb, welcome back.
I'm just here to speak in support of Representative Mack's bill, particularly as it relates to safety protections for public water systems. I know some of you on this committee also serve on the Water Sector Commission, and you understand more than me that Louisiana's water systems, there's over, I think, 200 that have failing grades, and there's about 25 of them that are in receivership. So anything we can do to protect water systems. I don't think Mr. Mack's bill covers any additional funding that would be directed towards them, but I think it would be a good idea to pass this bill just to make sure that we don't make our water situation, particularly in rural communities where I think most of the failing water systems are at, that we don't exacerbate that situation at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rowland.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. This bill, to our parishes, I don't know if y'all been to our parish. Some of y'all's close, I'm sure, but our water systems in our far districts hardly get by from month to month. I'm kind of surprised by the fact that we would take requirements out for, to make these companies' operators responsible for those equipment that's needed for our fire departments and our emergency response. Mr. Reiser had mentioned that in the Sulphur over there when they had the leak, it was 2 hours before there was any response there. I mean, these are the kind of things that we have to really talk about and think about. It's always our volunteers. It always reaches our people first. It almost seems like our parishes, our outlying parishes, that this being forced on, it just gets worse and worse and worse. We don't have the finance, folks. Our people struggle. Our departments struggle. Our water system, for instance. We just had a cable company come through our parish, and we couldn't recover no money from them, and they like to broke our water system just because they lay in pipes. Cable, fiber optic cable. Look, we were scrounging, going different places trying to find parts to fix these lines. Y'all don't understand. Maybe it's good where you from, and where they building all these real fine things, for those parishes that usually already got money anyway, but we don't, Mr. Cousson or Ogeron. I'm just saying, industry gets to sit down and amend these bills. But what about the Louisiana people that's being affected the most? Did we get to sit down? Our day of sitting down is with y'all. I mean, industry come to our parishes talking about that they're going to provide this equipment for our fire departments. Now we know that it's been struck down. I mean, it's just amazing to me. It's amazing to me what industry and our people that we believe in the most is doing to our parishes. It's just amazing. In Allen Parish right now, we have a CO2 pipeline that we didn't even know we had until all this come up. We didn't even know we had. It's 11 years old. And people in this room know that we already have a serious corrosion problem with that 11-year-old CO2 pipeline, y'all. Pipelines, I work in this industry. Pipelines don't go to leak in 11 years. It's because they corrosive. One of the questions I asked in some of the meetings that we've been in, I said, well, those low-lying areas where it collects water, well, industry says, well, CO2, it collects water. Well, you just said that's the reason. I mean, you claim there's water. But anyway, folks, I'm asking you to reconsider to make sure our poor parishes is able to meet what we're being faced and forced to do. That's all I can do.
Thank you, Mr. Would y'all take questions?
Yes, sir.
Representative DeWitt for a very short question, please.
No, I wanted to give you a little more time because I'm from a rural parish and I'm on the volunteer fire department, and I understand what you're talking about. I do think they need to provide some type of equipment, especially, we have SCBAs on our trucks. That's pretty much what we have only on our trucks. I have mostly rural fire districts in my District 25, okay? So I don't think that's too much of an ask, sir. Probably an electric vehicle would probably be one of the first things I would want if a pipeline was located coming through my area. And
Representative DeWitt, is that not in the bill now? Are you offering an amendment?
I'm thinking, that's what I'm sitting here thinking about, probably doing that if at the proper time. I'm not sure.
It's the proper time. If I'm going to put you on pause and you want to let Robin know or Jennifer know how you want to write that amendment real quick, we'll come back to you. Representative Carrier for a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roland, I just want to make a statement. I don't think people realize in these rural areas how, we broke the 10 Commandments in Allen Parish. We got people that can't pay the utility bills. You know that, and $100,000 to the town of Oberlin is like $1 million.
Yeah.
Same thing in Elizabeth. They don't. A lot of people don't get it. I've been talking to the treasurer of that for 2 years now. I mean, we can't go pay for equipment and wait to get reimbursed. We can't take that out of our general fund. So I just wanted to reiterate that fact.
Mr. D, in my road district alone, we get $1,000 a mile. $1,000 a mile. And that's what we're up against. If we have a problem, we can't afford it. I mean, we're gonna break we're gonna break our fire departments and we're gonna break our water systems.
But there's such a difference with where we live in like Baton Rouge or Harahan or Thibodeau, and a lot of people just don't get it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Carrier. Representative Coates for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here and staying all day or coming back. So appreciate it. Caleb, I know, 2 years ago when all the seismic activity was going on under the lake, we were told it was just going to be like a burp in the water and we weren't going to have any impacts and see anything. And then we had 6-foot geysers come blowing up out of the water, muddy and everything. And at that time, my district water well went down. And still to this day, there's no clean, there's no admitting that, it was tied to that seismic. But it cost almost $1 million to fix that well. I was on the council at the time, and I would go around in the district. I get calls for drainage and stuff and go talk to the people near this well. And I had multiple people. They wouldn't talk out, but multiple people said they lost their personal wells at the same time. They dried up, they turned to black, muddy, or brown water and stuff. So I am worried about the water situation. Thankfully, our water district had the funds, but I'm worried about some of those rural areas that wouldn't be able to put up $1 million to fix a water well. Again, I just wanted to thank y'all for coming.
Thank you. And I do believe, especially one of the big problems, since we're talking about rural water systems, is most of them are completely underfunded, and that's from other committees and doing research. A lot of these smaller rural parishes don't want to go up on the water rates, and it just exacerbates, like you said, it just causes worse issues. So making sure that whatever we can do for these rural water systems, I think is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Coates. Representative Matt Coltite. Representative Mack, do you have a quick question or comment? We got Representative DeWitt getting ready to offer an amendment. You want to hold, or you got something to say right now? Is that that's something you're going to hold? Representative DeWitt, on your amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm looking at the bill. It had said a couple things that was a little broad: equipment and necessary supplies. That's on page 5 of 10. D, that's what's currently to be added into the bill. As a fireman and a former first responder with DEQ, from everything I know with this operation of carbon dioxide CO2 release, what you're going to need is SCBA's, and you're going to need a response vehicle that's non-combustible. And what I would want to try to do with this amendment is to make sure if the responding fire departments, because typically they get there first, your volunteer or your paid fire departments, they get there first. I can tell you from my experience of the thousands of responses I've made over my time, those guys usually get there first, or even the sheriff's office usually gets there first, because somebody's going to call 911, and those are the first guys to get there. Your state guys, state police, DEQ respond together. They call the hotline. Hotline responds and gives those people the response to page to go out. Typically, that could be anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, just depending on where this spill is located, because they're going to call the closest responder. What I think we need as a firefighter, not as a state rep up here, is I think we need to have a response vehicle that's non-combustible at each department that is responding to these releases from CO2. Sir, I'm not going to tell you how much that is. I don't have any idea, but whatever that is, that should be.
Okay. Ms. Stoller, can you read in the concept amendment, please?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. But I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we do have SCBAs on the trucks, the fire trucks. We do have those. If something gets destroyed or something like that, I feel like the company should replace those.
Thank you, Representative DeWitt. Ms. Stoller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this would be an amendment in concept. The amendment would require that an owner or operator of a storage facility or pipeline replace any equipment lost by first responders while responding to an unauthorized release associated with that storage facility or pipeline. And it would require the owner or operator of a storage facility or pipeline to provide any fire department that may have to respond to an unauthorized release with at least one non-combustible vehicle.
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Stalder. Representative Mack, do you want to make a quick comment on that? Are you okay with that going on your bill? Go ahead, Representative Mack.
I just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate you. Okay. Absolutely, I'm okay with the amendment.
All right, thank you, Representative Mack. Representative Reiser for a question.
So on the amendment, it'd be also Representative Mack also, but we're talking about hazardous material response, emergencies, and that's a whole different level of training. So
Well,
that's where I go back where I don't know if you're accomplishing what you want to accomplish.
Well,
I wouldn't recommend a volunteer fire department show up at a chemical plant fire,
Well, they're going to.
I know they're going to, but if they're going to be
realization of it in the
primary
rural
to
parishes.
do that,
Yeah,
they're going to show up, but
but typically, I can tell you from experience. I mean, like I said, I've done this 1,000 times at least. In these rural parishes, I worked 10 parishes, which was in Troop E region, and y'all can imagine how rural it is. Typically, your fire departments are on scene. Those guys are on scene by the time I usually get there. That's just part of the nature. In his bill, he and I talked about training, and I think we had talked. We'd need to do an annual or biannual tabletop fish fry. Let's get down and let's talk about having a release, and let's actually go through it. A mock drill, we call it. We used to do it on oil pipelines crossing the river and things like that. That would be a major incident. They really help a lot. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I understand they're going to respond. I hit a gas line with a dozer one time. So, water line, I've hit that too.
But listen, when somebody calls that state police hotline, which is required by these companies immediately upon the release, if it's an emergency, DEQ, Louisiana State Police, hazmat, and the local responders will be notified immediately. So I would tell you that my fire chiefs in my area know when they get to pull up on the scene and say, it's kind of a little out of my realm, I'm going to have that DEQ guy's phone number or that state trooper, that hazmat trooper. I'm going to have his personal cell phone, and I'm going to be on the phone with him and saying, look, this is what we got. We know you're en route. Do we need to back out or whatever we need to do?
That's a lot more line my thinking, just because the continual training that's required. I certainly don't want to put anybody that's volunteering that have to get that level of training, as you know, is high. I mean,
there's no doubt about it. Look, I did 80 hours hazmat response. I can't tell you how many different classes I went to over my career, but I can tell you this much, that those locals know more than you think. And what I want to encourage with all this carbon sequestration and these pipelines, that the local folks and the company folks, which I don't think would not happen, will be meeting at least initially and at least once or twice every couple of years and do a mock exercise, because this is what this is about. Because guess what? Most of the time these things happen at night, on the weekends, not any good times. I can tell you that. And typically you'll be there and it not be many folks, and it may be a major incident that we need evacuation.
Educate me when you say tabletop. That's just my ignorance and lack of knowledge. What we're speaking of?
I'm sorry.
It's in the bill. Come back. Something. I just don't know what that means.
I think he has something that I saw in there. I don't know it verbatim, but I remember he and I having discussions before this bill was written as part of his bill that he was. I guess you were putting it together at that time, Shane. But basically what happens is this company throws a fish fry because if you feed everybody, you get more people show up, right? Just a thing in Louisiana. But I can tell you that you'll have a better turnout. You'll have the public there. They're invited. Also have your responders there. Basically, we set up a mock exercise that we had a release at what name a road in your parish at such
10 Mile.
10 Mile.
10 Mile.
10 Mile. Okay, yeah, I know 10 Mile. 10 Mile. We've got a release at 10 Mile. First call would be to call 911, notify them, and the responding agencies would respond. So, I mean, it would be just like the real thing. I mean, everybody would be responding in their emergency vehicles. You would have we used to have volunteers that played victims. You know, they just laid down in the area, and you know, you had to go get them out. And the more you do that, the more prepared you are, the better the situation will be.
All right, thank you for the explanation.
You more.
All right. Vice Chair Orgeron, is your question on the amendment or the bill? Okay. Representative Orgeron.
I think y'all worded it as a combustible vehicle. You know, anything's combustible, meaning it could be caught on fire. I think what y'all really mean is internal combustion or be powered electric vehicle, you know, something that doesn't require oxygen or is oxygen enhanced. Some could be vehicles that have its own oxygen
Yes,
supply.
sir.
Just wanted a clarification
We're doing
on
this
that.
on the spot.
On the fly, yeah,
Yes, sir.
getting the feel of it.
And I just want you to know Rob and I would clean that up.
All right, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All right, the motion to adopt the amendment by Representative DeWitt. Is there any opposition to the amendment? Seeing no opposition, that amendment is adopted, and we're back on the bill. Thank you, Representative DeWitt.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the bill. Representative Mack. I'm sorry, hang on. I'm going to read. There's no questions for you at the table.
The only thing I'd like to say, I appreciate Mr. DeWitt for making this amendment and this board for doing that. Everything that we can get to help us helps. Because I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to sit down, is that those folks that's not paid one red cent, not $11 an hour, because none of them folks, they might get $11 for a drill. They're going to be the first ones to that emergency, and I promise you that they're going to run in there when they know them families are in danger. So we need to do everything we can to make sure they have the equipment to do it. You know, these folks have 1984s, but I promise you they're going to go try to save a life.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Thank you, Caleb. And we've got some green cards in support, not wishing to speak. Jamie Sandifer representing himself. Monica Granger, We the People. Daryl Granger, We the People. Or Granger, depending on where you live. Mark Horton, We the People. Chris Huson representing self. Cynthia Horton, We the People. Larry Putman, Vernon Parish. Jacqueline Couture, Louisiana Progress. Susie Labrie, representing self. Caitlin Joshua, Earthworks. Donna Dickens, Allen Parish. Juanita Perkins, Allen Parish. Deborah. Mariana Psyche, the Coshada Tribe of Louisiana. Brian Robinson, Healthy Gulf. Letitia Taylor, Concerned Citizens of St. John. Julia Richmond Sawyer, Vernon Parish. Walter Beach, representing self. Angel Bradford, Sierra Club. Jordan Uncle, Allen Parish. Ali Johnson, Coshada Tribe. Jill Hines, Health Freedom Louisiana. Tommy Cryer. Akemia Haggard, self. David Dickey, Vernon Parish. Pedra Daly. I'm sorry, I can't read the writing. Vernon Parish. Manga Putman, Vernon Parish. Henry Victorian CO2 Alliance. Tamisha Victorian CO2 Alliance. Nancy Grush, Sierra Club. Logan Wolf, Earthworks. Lori Sagnabine, representing self. I'm probably killing these names. I'm sorry. Elizabeth Powers, representing self. Darlene Donahue, my family. Elizabeth Soychuk, Greater New Orleans Interfaith Climate Coalition. Samaria Rigmaiden, Samara Rigmaiden. John West, representing South. Anja West, representing South, and John Harmon, representing South. Those are all in support of House Bill 353, not wishing to speak. We need to get opposition to the table. Looking for Mike Monclub, Mike Smith, and Bob Meredith. I want to come to the table and speak. Representing Mac, do you need to? I'm going to leave you in queue, but can you wait till the opposition speaks? All right, we are, if you could identify yourself and please be brief.
Well, quick statement.
Very brief, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Guyman. Thank you for members for hearing this important Carbon Day for us today. President Trump's Secretary of Interior, Doug Burnham, was recently asked if his administration was for CCS. His response, definitely. So all indications are this initiative is here to stay. The question is, will Louisiana accept it or continue to send our industry jobs across the border to Texas? At Logo, we continue to call it CCUS rather than CCS because we see the potential for Louisiana in both storage and utilization of CO2. For several years in Mississippi, my family business had 8 workover rigs working every day on enhanced oil recovery, or EOR, that utilizes CO2. That same company we worked for in Mississippi ran CO2 pipelines through Louisiana and into Texas. Their EOR projects in Louisiana have been producing oil for decades now. Our DENR has successfully regulated the use of CO2 on EOR projects in Louisiana. In fact, as of last year, 47 billion metric tons of CO2 has been safely stored in Louisiana formations. I say stored because when the utilization of the CO2 ends and the EOR project is over, all the CO2 that was utilized remains underground. So the storage of CO2 can and will be done safely. I am always amazed and proud of the technological advances that our industry continues to put forth. I remember when it used to take 2 months to drill a horizontal well. It now takes a week or less. Fracking is a technology that increased the U.S. production to the highest levels in history. The works of oil and gas inventors, engineers, and geologists are the epitome of the American ingenuity. And we will continue to do the same thing with CCUS. 13 years ago, environmental groups and Hollywood's extreme left were pushing similar narratives as we hear today. I remember the scare tactics from Matt Damon's movie Promised Land, where they basically portrayed gasoline coming out of kitchen faucets. Fast forward 13 years to today, and our engineers and geologists have proved that fracking is a safe practice. And I dare say that without fracking, Americans will be paying $7 to $10 at the pump. Our engineers and geologists, along with strict regulations from the EPA and DENR, will store CO2 safely in Louisiana, just like they have in EOR projects and fracking alike. CCS projects will also increase the activity levels of oil and gas service sector. For each project, there are likely to be 8 to 10 wells drilled, a geographic strat well, the injection well itself, and 6 to 8 monitor wells. I've recently ran into a Logo member that doubled his business last year just on working on strat wells for future CCS projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Hang on one second. Point of order, Representative Reiser.
Point of order. I just want to be fair with everybody that we stay on the bill. That we go back, that we stay in the...
Thank you, Representative Reiser.
It was a safety bill, and I didn't know the amendments until I got here. So
understand, but if we could just ask everybody when you come to the table, let's be more specific about the bill, and the general speeches are just like we've had so many so far. It's just, let's try to be on the bill if we could. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Reiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for a long day today. Appreciate being with you. I'd like to offer some comments with regard. My name is Michael Smith, by the way. I am the Public and Stakeholder Engagement Lead for ExxonMobil Pipeline Company in Louisiana and Mississippi. As such, I work every day in 17 parishes of Louisiana and 16 counties in Mississippi, supporting our outreach, supporting first responders, and doing exactly the things that have been discussed here for the last hour or so. Let me dive in because I have had conversations with Mr. Mack, and for the record, I did encourage him in an effort to improve this bill to seek advice and counsel from 3 different organizations in Louisiana that could help improve this bill greatly. The first being the Louisiana State Police, the second being, of course, the Louisiana State Fire Marshal, and the third being the Office of Conservation Pipeline Division. All 3 of those would have exceedingly just voluminous amounts of information to share with regard to the proper way to respond to pipeline incidents, because they're already doing it and doing a very, very fine job. In fact, many would say the gold standard in the nation today. In the remaining time that I have, I wanted to focus on that training piece because it's incredibly important for you to know what's already happening today in Louisiana. And that is that our company has partnered since 2018 with the Texas A&M Extension Service at the what is regarded as the finest fire training school in the world today, known by its shorthand acronym of TEACS. And since that time, we have had great fortune to train at our cost of about $1.2 million, nearly 700 firefighters from all of the areas where we operate. To put it differently, any first responder who might respond to any ExxonMobil pipeline incident in the United States or Canada is eligible to go to that fire training school for free. And that has been going on a quarterly basis since 2018, COVID included. I'm happy to announce to you that because of this tremendous working relationship that we have with both the National Association of State Fire Marshals and the Louisiana State Fire Marshal, we are proud to announce that we will be bringing that training here to Louisiana effective this fall. It will be a partnership between the River Parishes Community College for the in-classroom portion, and it will then also be at the FETA facility just south of the LSU campus. This was because many of our volunteer fire departments had said to us, we'd love to come to TEACS, but that weekend trip is really tough because, as has been mentioned, they often always have day jobs, and it's very hard to give up a weekend for training for a job that you do for free. We continue to support them. We will continue to support them, but I wanted to make sure that you all knew that that was happening, and we have shared that for the record again here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Bob Meredith. I am the Chief Operating Officer for Louisiana Green Fuels in Caldwell Parish. We're going to make a deal right here at the table. This training thing that you got, I'm fixing to send Caldwell Parish to you. We had our first meeting 3 months ago. The first one, and just coincidentally, it was on pipelines, and we had the police jury there. We had every fire department in the parish, Homeland Security, all of them, just to begin to talk about what the hazards and risks of CO2 pipelines are, because we've got a lot of things that we need to do to be prepared. We recognize that. We're just getting started, but we agreed that we're several years before it'll actually be in operation. But we've got several years to get ready, and we have already started. I appreciate what you said about that. We're going to take advantage of that because that is an issue. How are we going to get people trained? We've already recognized that as an issue. Overall, Representative Mack, from the safety issues in here, I haven't had a chance to go through them. There may be something in there that I might like to talk to you about, perhaps. But generally speaking, anyone who is in this project development like this, the number one issue you have to address is the safety of the overall project. Not just containment is one thing, pipelines are another. There's nothing that can be worse for a project or for the industry than to have an incident. Nobody wants an incident. And so everybody that I talk to, That is the number one thing. Address the safety issues. Make sure you are prepared. So we are well informed on what we need to do. We obviously have a lot of things that we couldn't do it today, but we'll be ready by the time these wells are working. I can promise you that. So that's on the safety. One other point. I've got 1 minute left. I just want to raise an issue about. I just happened to notice this because it's an issue that I mentioned it to Blake Canfield a while ago. I don't know which amendment number it is. It's on page 6. Has to do with siting requirements, and where it's changing the siting requirements for a Class 6 injection wellhead from 500 feet from a residence to a half a mile. We've got an application we've been working on for 4 years, 15,000 pages. It is set in stone. 500 feet is not a problem. 2,640 feet is a problem. We would have to just totally withdraw our complete application and start. I don't know how I'm not sure we'd even do it that way. We have selected the locations to be as far away from residences or any other occupied building as we possibly can. We are well outside of the 500 feet that was in here when we started, but we won't be with this.
All right. Thank you. I have a quick question. We do have questions on the board, but Mike, you're a red card against the bill. Can you, like, in just one sentence, say what you're against the bill because?
Well, I think the most companies, as he said, that are in this space are so safety oriented that a lot of this stuff is just.
It's just not needed, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're against the bill for what reason? Just one sentence? If
I had to pick one sentence, it would be that it's an open-ended checkbook inside this bill with regards to providing equipment. Not against that necessarily, but as it's written today, it is an open checkbook.
Fair enough. And you're against it, Mr. Bob, because of the setback.
The setback, yes, for our
among other things, maybe.
Yeah, a few other things. That's the main thing sticks out.
Okay, sure. Representative Domain for a question.
Yes, thank you. I'll keep this very, very brief. And thank you, Representative Mack, for bringing this. I know where your heart is, and I know that you just want to protect the communities that you represent, and I really appreciate that. And I just want the public to know that I'm taking each one of these bills as its own self, as far as whether we are for carbon sequestration or not, but this is related to safety. And so I know there's some opposition, and I also know where Representative Mack is. So my question to you three, and just a simple yes or no, if we get this bill out of committee today, are you able and willing to work with Representative Mack to make his bill something that can make everyone happy, as far as industry, as far as municipalities, as far as him? Are you willing to work with him? Just simple yes or no.
I'd be willing to work with him if he would agree that there are amazing experts in the state of Louisiana today that have not been a part of the conversation, a part of this bill.
And knowing Representative Mack as well as I do, I know that he is fully aware of that, and he's willing to work with you guys as well. Not to speak for my dear colleague. However, I just want to know, if we let it out today, are you willing to work with him? Yes or no?
Prefer to start over.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
We're all real. Okay.
Yes. Same.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Domain. I have an eminent domain bill you maybe could help me work on too. Representative Mack, can you hold for a second? Let's go to Representative McCormick for a question.
I think I have my questions answered by the previous speakers, but you know, I guess my question is, Representative Mack, has he approached any of y'all? I mean, have y'all approached him? He's been diligent for this for 2 years now. I can't imagine if you're around the Capitol, you didn't know he was working on it.
Oh, as I mentioned in my remarks, Representative, yes, he did contact me, and we had good conversations about it. And my steer to him, quite frankly, upon our conversation and questioning him about the genesis of the bill and how it was stitched together and the various parts that were pulled together, it was a lot like, and this is just purely my analogy. This is certainly, as my daughter would say, no shade towards his efforts, but it was a bit like a salad bar. We kind of picked and chose from different things, and so my attempt was to try to steer him toward people in state government who are doing this already. Many of the things that are in this bill are already being done in some shape or form by other agencies, and I encouraged him to reach out to those agencies to help improve this document, on an ongoing basis. I think we were very honest with each other about that. Absolutely know that his heart is in the right place.
And I just want to make sure that, and I'm sure everybody here recognizes if there's a better procedure or already a procedure in place, there's no use reinventing the wheel. But anyhow, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Representative McCormick. There are no further questions for you all. Thank you so much for being here, and maybe we'll see you again at the table in a few minutes, maybe. All right, other cards in opposition. Wishing to speak, Tracy Evans. If you're still here, can you come to the table? Mike Monclo. I think that's it. Is Tracy still here? Okay. I think you're the last one wishing to speak on this particular bill.
I'll be quick. Tracy Evans, I'm representing myself today, but I do have over 25 years of CO2 experience in about all aspects you can have. My primary concern with the way the bill is currently drafted is there's a significant amount of the requirements in this bill that are already in Class 6 regulations or other regulations like PHMSA. I also am concerned about what appears to be an open-ended checkbook, as Mike mentioned. There could be multiple pipelines running through a community or a parish. Does everybody have to provide a truck, or how are we going to coordinate that? If you have multiple sequestration sites in a parish, does every sequestration site have to provide the electric vehicles or the other equipment? I think there just needs to be more work done to better understand how it will be administered, because as everybody's mentioned, safety is always our number one priority. And what I'm worried about is conflicts between potentially this new bill and other regulations. And then us getting into this, well, which bill or which law applies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. There are no questions for you. Thank you, Representative Mack. If you want to make your way to the table. Further, cards in opposition, not wishing to speak. Ben Grove with the Clean Air Task Force, Patrick Riley with the Louisiana Chemical Association, Marjorie McKithen, Jones Walker, Tommy Smart, Loga, Justin Morocco, Jones Walker, Desiree Lemoyne, the TJC Group, Kevin Ainsworth, Jones Walker, Lana Venable, Logan Anderson, Jones Walker, Desiree Lemoyne, the TJC Group, and Desiree Lemoyne, the campaign manager in Industry Makes, Tommy Fauché Lamoga, Brian Hanks, Lamoga, Loga Lobby, Keen Jones, BRAC, Ginger Corley, ExxonMobil, Liz Mangum, ExxonMobil, Trey Godfrey, Baton Rouge Area Chamber, Liz Mangum, Air Products, Kyle Domain, DDG, Luke Bullock, Lobby, Thomas Murphy, Brad Hoster, DDG, Robert Bauman with Hood Bauman, Forrest Hudson with Capture Point, Will Hardy with the Conservatives for Clean Energy Louisiana, and Andrew Chartrand for Blue Sky Infrastructure in opposition, not wishing to speak. Representative Mack, would you take a question on closing? Representative Domain.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
My friend, Representative Mack, we have a lot of opposition from a lot of people that we respect and a lot of people that we work with. Will you let us know right now that you're going to work with all these individuals to make this a really, really good piece of legislation so that we can, work on protecting and helping our citizens in the state of Louisiana as carbon sequestration moves forward?
Yes, and I want to say thank you, Rep. Domain.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Domain. I did miss a card from Paul Johnson Jr. from Healthy Gulf. White card. Is Paul still here? Okay. Representative McCormick for a question on closing.
Just a quick comment. And you've been working on this for, like I said, a couple of years. We highly respect what you're doing. You may want to consider narrowing your focus down onto the fire departments, because that seems to be where the biggest lapse is. You know, there may be enough regulations in place everywhere else if you just focus on that. And I think that's just an idea. I'm not just a suggestion, because you put in thousands of hours. So I don't want to say you know more about this than me, but just food for thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. Representative Mack on closing.
Yeah, once again, I just want to say that it was a pleasure to work with everyone involved drafting this bill. A lot of hard work went into it, tried to meet everybody's concerns. I want to thank Mr. Rowland. Contacted me 6 months ago. He was very passionate, but he was very concerned about the safety of the people over there on the west side of the parish. And a lot of the things in that bill was came from him and his team. So I just want to say I appreciate everybody. And all I ever wanted to do was put something together to protect the people that worked for everybody. And I think we'll continue to do that. And I just ask for your favorable passage.
Representative Mack, I want to say thank you for your hard work on this. I've seen you on the 10th floor many days working with folks trying to work through this. My personal opinion is I think there's a whole lot of overreaction and opposition for no particular reason other than I just don't really want to do it. And for that reason, I'm going to make a motion to move forward. And I would like to make a motion to approve House Bill
as amended.
353 as amended. And is there any opposition to that? There is an objection from Representative Vice Chair, Representative but Vice Chair Orgeron. So, Madam Committee Administrative Assistant, if you would call roll. Members, a yes vote is for House Bill 353. A no vote is against House Bill 353. And Madam Committee Administrative Assistant, please call the roll.
Representative Guyman? Yes. Representative Bro? Representative Bryant? No. Representative Carrier?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Coates? Yes. Representative DeWitt? No. Representative Domingue? Yes. Representative Travis Johnson? No. Representative Kerner? Representative Lacombe? Yes. Representative Landry? No. Representative Mack?
Yes.
Yes. Representative McCormick? Yes. Representative Orgeron?
No.
No. Representative Reiser? No. Representative Ventrella? Representative Zarang?
No.
No. 7 yes, 7 no.
All right, 7-7, that bill fails. Thank you, Madam Committee Administrative Assistant. Thank you, Representative Mack. Thank you, Representative Mack. It's getting late. Representative Shammerhorn, if you could make your way to the table.
537, please.
Members, we're going to take up House Bill 537 by Representative Shammerhorn. Ms. Winkler, if you could read that in for us, please.
Which one? 537.
Mr. Chairman, members, House Bill 537 by Representative Shammerhorn authorizes liens for victims of carbon dioxide pipeline disasters.
Thank you, Ms. Winkler. Representative Shammerhorn, on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The mishap we had in Mississippi 4 years ago, 5 years ago now, the Denbury Company filed bankruptcy, and from my understanding, those that were affected by the fallout, there was 40-something that were injured or taken to the hospital, and a couple of them were, more seriously injured. But when Denbury filed their bankruptcy, they went to the end of the food chain. So instead of them being made whole with the awards that they got, they received pennies on the dollar. What this bill does is moves them to the front of the food chain. The bankers, they contacted me this past week. They had concerns because, they'll be financing all these projects. But their main concern was, they're not at the top of the food chain. I told him I'm sorry. But I said, we have to take care of our constituents to where they are at least made whole. Okay? You'll see a large distance from one of these releases. It's 25 miles. But as we've heard today over and over again, that it's heavier than air. So say you're in the Red River, 25 miles, it will lay on that water and travel. If you're in Lake Mariposa, same thing. It will lay on the water, and whichever way the wind's blowing, that's where it's going. I live on Toledo Bend. It's 90 miles long. So 25 miles is not a long way because we know that it's going to stay on the ground for a long time until it dissipates and goes up. And that is what my bill is. And I would be open for any kind of questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a question, Vice Chair Orgeron.
Representative Shamahorn, is there an equivalence in natural gas pipelines or anything for this lean process?
No.
Any other
CO2
disasters?
Pipeline for?
Just because of the heavier than air concept, those particular facets. All right, thank you. If I have any more, I'll press my button.
Thank you, Vice Chair Orgeron. All right, there are no further questions on your bill. If you would yield the table to public comment. I'm sorry, Representative Reiser.
Representative Shamahorn, let's talk about the banking component, and I'm trying to look through the bill, so I'm trying to get on the line in the page. My understanding after talking with the Banking Association, it has some retroactivity in it. I'm in banking, and I don't want to lose any kind of lien position, or that could cause all kinds of problems with the feds and the banking side. So could you point in the bill where that's at? Because I'm trying to find it, but.
Well, it just moves the injured parties to the front of the line instead of to the back of the line, is what the bill does.
But they're already first in line on the lien component that you have to satisfy a note. So you're going to circumvent that and going ahead of the bank, that the bank didn't.
Representative Reiser, I believe that if this is being forced on the people that do not want it, that they should move to the front of the line. And that's my belief. I told the bankers, I said, if you think there is a risk on it, raise your interest rates or get more collateral.
The deal with that is you have alternate acceptance on the terms and agreement of the note issued by the bank. So the retroactivity component of it, if the bank goes in knowing that they don't have that equity position, I see that one way. But as I'm wearing my banking hat, I see now, though, that I come in and I'm not holding the first position and I have known the liabilities ahead of me, that note could easily be classified immediately on the bank, and that puts the bank in a capital position they might not want to be in. So it's the retroactive component of it that would concern me. Now, prospective, if that's what we want to do, and the bank had that, but I just see on the federal side of the banking side that we're having major issues with it on that, because they come in and when they come in and do those audits, they're going to look at that and they're going to say you're undersecured. to something, to a contractual agreement you already had, that the offer and accepted component. Just as if, I'll use an example, that you can offer a note individually. You can do the note the same way. You can structure it just like the bank does, and you can charge whatever collateral rate you want, and someone would come in if you had X amount loan, and you could be making this loan yourself. I know you probably wouldn't want to, but if you made that, and then someone would be first ahead of you, and you've already made the deal with me on loaning the money. The retroactivity part, if you could address that, then I'd probably be okay.
Well, I'd be open to an amendment that any future loans is all it would address after the bill's signed.
Yeah. So if someone could help me on get on exactly where we at on that, where we could address that.
And the banking industry is the one that found it. And I don't know if anybody's here that's representing them could exactly point out where it is in this bill.
Representative Reiser, if you do the amendment, would that put it in a posture for you to be able to support it?
In concept, yeah, I think I'm probably there without.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just don't want to spend an hour on amendments and then we still vote against it.
Director Shamahorn, if I had that amendment, would you accept that amendment?
Yeah.
If I offered that amendment to you,
If they've already financed, they would not fall under this new law.
Okay, and I'll draft that, and that's, Mr. Chairman, that's not saying I won't find another concern. If I do, though, I'll address it with you.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
All right. So we'll leave it at, I'll get that, not here today. I don't have to get that today.
Okay. All right.
Chairman, I know I don't have any red cards, do I?
Okay, thank you, Representative Reiser. Unfortunately, you do have red cards. There's red cards on every bill, even if it was for ice cream. So let's go to the cards in support. Wishing to speak, Michael Nichols, Malaya Batty, Travis London. Come on, Michael.
I yield my time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Michael yields. Malaya here, Travis London here. Caleb Atwell. Caleb. All right, all in support, wishing to speak, yielding their time. And we're going to do cards in support. Not wishing to speak, Wendy Beck, Deep South Center for Environmental Justice. Juanita Perkins, Allen Parish. Donna Dickens, Allen Parish. Joseph Coco, Angele Bradford, Sierra Club. Jamie Sandifer, representing myself. Cynthia Horton, We the People. Mark Horton, We the People. Daryl Granger, We the People. Monica Granger, We the People. Julie Richmond, Sawyer, Vernon Parrish, Leslie Midkiff, landowner. Chris Husong, self. Lori Sangmadbean, self. Larry Putman, Vernon Parrish. Brian Robinson, Healthy Gulf. Susie Labray, representing self. Walter Beach, representing self. Equilia Victoria, CO2 Alliance. I know I'm tearing these names up. I'm sorry. Henry Victorian, CO2 Alliance. Tamisha Victorian, CO2 Alliance. Akimi Haggard, self. David Daly, Vernon Parish. Petra Daly, Vernon Parish. Manga Pittman or Putman, Vernon Parish. Nancy Grush, Sierra Club. Tommy Cryer, Logan Wolf, Earthworks. Jill Hines, Health Freedom Louisiana. Elizabeth Powers, self. Elizabeth Sochek, Greater New Orleans Climate Coalition. Brett Calais, Louisiana Citizens Advocacy Group. Michael Burrett, self. Jordan Uncle Allen Parish. Caitlin Joshua, I can't read representing who. Beth Whittington, Lake Marpar Preservation Society. John Harmon, representing self, and Samara Rigmaiden, all in support of House Bill 573, but not wishing to speak. Now to the opposition, if we could get Tracy Evans and Patrick Riley in opposition, wishing to speak. You're on here for wishing to speak. Are you still coming, Pat? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was in favor. I was supposed to speak in favor of.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's cool.
I didn't see you get up there. I apologize.
All right. just like my colleague here, I believe in putting the people first. A condition that the pipeline folks did not talk about that can happen during this pipeline is acidosis. It's a lack of carbon dioxide, and that's could help be the effect on human beings. It's a condition where the blood becomes too alkaline due to excessive removal of carbon dioxide from the body. This occurs when respiratory system is removing carbon dioxide too faster than the body is producing it, leading to a decrease in partial pressure of carbon dioxide in the blood and increase in blood pH. And this could lead to like hemorrhage and also severe lung disease. There was facts given by the Cleveland Clinic and also Healthline. And I just want to say that I had family members that used to work in the plant. I'm also was a former plant worker with SWAT safety as a safety technician. Under Chris Delper, there used to be a state representative candidate. He passed away this year. I had a cousin that also lived near a facility that used to work with the EPA. She no longer here. I had a lot of people close to me that lost their lives, and some of them didn't receive the benefits they should receive, all the families. And also, I have also a grandfather I had lost dear to me. He was a plant worker that was exposed to asbestos. He ended up getting a lot of money, but, he wasn't here to enjoy it. And that was split between uncles and aunties and, grandchildren and so forth. But I just want y'all to support my colleague here and supporting this bill, and just think about the families that's got affected by rather working in the industry or not working in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions for you. Thank you very much. All right, cards in opposition. Wishing to speak, Patrick, are you still going to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Tracy Evans. Tracy. All right. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Patrick Riley, and I'm here on behalf of the Louisiana Chemical Association to respectfully request you oppose this bill. In a session that's been focused in large part on curbing frivolous litigation and bringing certainty to the legal climate for the businesses of Louisiana, House Bill 537 takes a hard turn in the wrong direction. It creates one of the broadest legal structures possible with no solid basis in science that is absolutely ripe for abuse. It would create profound uncertainty in the business climate of Louisiana by exposing wholly unrelated businesses operating many miles away from any alleged incident to tremendous liability merely from a vague association with carbon dioxide. First, the bill does not require any actual harm to create a lien. Under the plain language of this bill, a, quote, victim is simply someone who files a piece of paper. No need to show they were injured, no need to show property damage, no need to prove any level of causation. Filing a financing statement is enough to create a lien against the company's assets. As Representative Reiser has already pointed out, this lien also primes all others, impermissibly so in many cases. Second, the so-called kill zone is scientifically baseless and absurdly broad. It defines a kill zone as a 25-mile radius. That's approximately 1,900 square miles. To put that in Louisiana perspective, that's more than 11 times the size of the land of the city of New Orleans and over 4 times larger than the entire parish of East Baton Rouge. Scientifically, even the worst-case scenario, the danger from a carbon dioxide release is measured in hundreds of yards, not dozens of miles. The use of the term kill zone is not only inappropriate, it's inflammatory and misleading. Third, House Bill 537 invites a flood of frivolous litigation. Right now, and on Monday, this legislature passed a package of bills aimed at tort reform. House Bill 537 moves us in the wrong direction. It actively encourages speculative filings, mass lien claims, and abusive lawsuits, even by people who suffered no harm whatsoever. If enacted, it would reinforce Louisiana's reputation as a judicial hellhole, a term we've heard often in recent months, right when we're working so hard to change it. And finally, this bill will absolutely chill investment in the state. No responsible company is going to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in carbon management projects or any CO2-related infrastructure under a legal regime where anyone within 25 miles can have their assets liened without a proof of harm. Instead, companies will go to Texas, they'll go to Mississippi, they will go anywhere but here, and Louisiana will have missed yet another opportunity to lead. Mr. Chairman and members, I respectfully request that you oppose House Bill 537 as it does not protect victims, it punishes job creators and innovators, it invites litigation abuse, drives away investment, and undermines the exact kind of growth Louisiana desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Mr. Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Tracy Evans. I am representing myself, but I've been employed in the oil and gas business for over 40 years. And for the last 25, worked especially and exclusively almost in CO2. I'm here to speak in opposition of 537. And while on the paper it may sound good to Mr. Riley's points, this creates a lot of problematic issues. There have been no recorded fatalities due to CO2 releases from CO2 pipelines in this country. The worst one, arguably, people talk about is Sartasia, and it was an act of God. It was not a design failure. It was not an engineering failure. It was not an operational failure. It was an act of God. Yes, people were affected, and that is unacceptable in this industry. We don't want anybody to be affected, but it did happen. 200 plus evacuated, 46 required treatment. I really do not believe there's anything defined as a kill zone. I think it's a misappropriate term that's just being used to try to scare people. There is no kill radius for a CO2 pipeline. And as Mr. Roddy said, it's defined as 25 miles. That definition is not based on any reality, scientific research, or technical data. The industry and PHMSA have very sophisticated models that can estimate the actual hazardous radius of a CO2 pipeline leak, or for that matter, a CO2 sequestration leak. The actual hazardous radius is dependent upon the volume of the release, the diameter of the pipeline pressure, the percent CO2 in the stream, and other factors such as wind direction and humidity levels. That modeling is all being updated today to take into account things such as topography, geotechnical stuff with the side of the hill actually give way in a land displacement. All of that information is going to make our CO2 plume dispersion models that much better. So I respectfully ask this committee to reject this bill.
All right, thank you. There are no questions. We appreciate you. I'm sorry, we do have a question. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I believe that industry helped pass a bill that put a limit on the death benefits that a person gets that's killed by a CO2 leak. Am I correct about that?
I'm not familiar with anything
I'm not
like
familiar
that.
with it either.
Yeah, I believe it was Lobby's bill, right? Robbie Carter's bill. Well, no, Robbie's raised the limit. There was already a limit in place. So I think that industry wouldn't have supported a bill putting a limit on somebody's death if they didn't think it was a chance of it happening. So, but anyhow, I don't know the exact particulars on that. I just know last year Robbie Carter brought a bill raising that limit. But thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. There are no further questions. Thank you very much. Also in opposition, not wishing to speak, Ben Grove, Clean Air Task Force, Tommy Smart, Loga, Marjorie McKithen, Jones Walker, Joe Gendron, Louisiana Bankers Association. We got a new one there. Kevin Ainsworth, Jones Walker, Lana Venable Self, Robert Bauman, Hood Bauman, Kevin Hayes, Louisiana Landowners Association, Ginger Corley, Exxon Mobil, Liz Mangum, Exxon Mobil, Liz Mangum Air Products, Kyle Domain, DDG, Luke Bullock, Lobby, Cade Young, Royal Martin, Blanche Gallagher, Industry Makes, Desiree Lemoyne, Sungas Resources, Desiree Lemoyne, the TJC Group, Desiree Lemoyne, Industry Makes. No name on this one. Brian Hanks, Loga, Lamoga, Lobby. It sounds like a band. We ought to name a band after that. Keen Jones, BRAC, Mike Monkala, Logo, Forrest Hudson, Capture Point, Logan Anderson, Jones Walker, Tony McAllister, McManus Timber Company, Will Hardy, Conservatives for Clean Energy, Louisiana, Douglas Melanson, Exxon Mobil, and Dr. Natalie Kaczynski, TJC Group. All in opposition, not wishing to speak. Representative Shammerhorn, do you wish to close?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is kind of light on the red cards.
Pretty much the same as the other ones.
That's what it is. But I do want to bring in a little history. You know, they said there's never been a death from CO2. I think somewhere in South Africa that there was over 1,000 killed. There was one survivor in the whole village. It killed every animal that was in its path. It happened at night, and they were all asleep, so, but they had one survivor is all they had. And it was over 1,000 people. Now, the scenario I used was lakes and rivers. The water over there, it burped the CO2, and it went up their valley, and that's what killed them. So there has been deaths related to this. I don't remember what year it was, and I really don't remember what part of the country it was, but I'm thinking it was in somewhere in Africa or South Africa or something like that. If some of you young people can Google it real quick and you'll find it. But this is just added protection to make sure that if there is an event, that our people would come first before everybody else. And that's all I'm asking for, is for them to be treated and made whole for any accident that may happen. And with that, I ask for favorable passage.
Thank you, Representative Shammerhorn. Will you take a question on closing? Vice Chair Orgeron.
In Cameroon in 1986, Lake Nyos was the disaster. And you're right, it was, I think someone had said it early, 1,746 people and 3,500 livestock. And it was a volcanic eruption that had put carbon dioxide under the lake bubble to the surface. So it was a natural act of God, not a pipeline or carbon sequestration. Lastly, any comments on the 25-mile arbitrarily large radius? And it would literally be like a linear distance away from the pipeline, outward, said diameter, or radius.
And that's why I used the lake and the river, for example.
Gotcha. And lastly, any comment on the being able to start the lien process without having shown any damages?
I really don't think that you could do that legally. There is a bill in the Senate that I think is going to curb all of the frivolous lawsuits that states that if you lose in court, you pay all court costs. So I think that's really going to redirect some of these lawsuits that may come forward. The attorneys have always been able to jump on and say, yeah, we can find 5% fault or something like that. But I think the court system is really going to be looking at all these frivolous lawsuits, my opinion. And I think they're going to back up if we can get this bill signed that loser pays. I think that's going to really help affect our insurance rates, and it's going to do away with a lot of lawsuits.
I would surely be in favor of that particular bill. All right, that's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Orgeron. All right, the board is clear. Is there a motion? All right, we have a motion to move favorable by Representative McCormick. Is there any opposition? And there is opposition by Vice Chair Orgeron. So we are going to vote on House Bill 537 by Representative Shammerhorn. A yes vote is for the bill. A no vote is against the bill. Madam Committee Administrative Assistant, please call the roll.
Representative Breaux, Representative Bryant, Representative Carrier, Representative Coates. Yes. Representative DeWitt? No. Representative Domingue? No. Representative Travis Johnson? Representative Kerner? Representative Lacombe? No. Representative Landry? No. Representative Mack? Yes. Representative McCormick? Yes. Representative Ogeron? No. Representative Reiser? No. Representative Ventrella? Representative Zarang? No. 7, no, 3, yes.
7 no votes, 3 yay votes, and the bill fails. Representative Shammerhorn, thank you. And if you would yield the table, we're going to jump and catch McCormick. We'll come back to you shortly. Don't go far. We're just going to put a new face up there. A smiley face. Representative McCormick, House Bill 522. Ms. Staller, if you could read that in for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Bill 522 by Representative McCormick places a moratorium on carbon dioxide sequestration.
Thank you, Ms. Staller. Representative McCormick, on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. Appreciate you saving the non-controversial bills to last. So I would, I do have an amendment I'd like to offer since your bill didn't pass. I'm going to amend that part out of them. They're going to have to figure out another reason to vote against my bill.
You didn't have to put it that way. Good. Let's see. Ms. Staller, do you want to read in an amendment for Representative McCormick?
The amendment.
You just put it right there. You must pick it up.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, members, this is Amendment Set 1719. You do not have it in your folders, and we don't have it printed. I think it's available online now. You do have an amendment in your folders that is very similar to the amendment that I'm about to read in. The amendment would make the moratorium only apply to carbon dioxide sequestration on private property without the owner's consent and permitting related to that or allowing that. It removes the moratorium on transportation of carbon dioxide from the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Staller. You're right, Representative McCormick. This is not very controversial at all. So do you want to speak on your amendment?
You bet. My amendment takes out, like we said, what the other amendment had when it had to do with pipelines. But the amendment basically says this. The geological storage and sequestration of carbon dioxide under private property without the consent of the property owner. So we're not talking about public property. We're not talking about anybody that has 100% participation. We're talking about under private property where people don't want it. And this moratorium runs to, well, that's not in my amendment. So, but yes, that's what the amendment does.
Okay. Yeah, that was going to be my question on the bill. When does the moratorium run? If your amendment's adopted, it won't change that, but what is that date?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change it. It runs to July the 1st, 2026.
Okay.
And just to be specific on that, the reason is it gives us one more legislative session to study this and see if we have everything where we want it.
Okay. I didn't mean to get on the bill. I just thought that was good information to have as we debate the amendment. I see no questions on the amendment. You make a motion to adopt the amendment set 1719. Motion by Representative McCormick to adopt the set of amendments. Is there any opposition to the amendments? Seeing no opposition, those amendments are adopted. Now we're back on the bill.
Yes, and this is really a simple bill, committee. It basically just puts the moratorium on there to allow us to study private property rights. I think private property rights are a huge issue with me. I think it's what separates the Western world from a lot of the other nations is private property rights. I think here in this building, sometimes we don't take them as serious as we should. I personally don't believe anybody should have this carbon stored under their property if they don't want it. it's important to understand that if, just for instance, if there's a landowner that owns his land and owns his minerals, that pore space where they're wanting to store CO2 is just as much as his private property as at home or his driveway or his yard. That's his private property. The minerals the same way. That's his private property. And we're worried about stranded minerals. We're worried about private property rights, and this just gives us a moratorium for. I don't know how it affects the permitting that's taking place now. I don't know if everything's under public land or single landowner participation, or where you have 100% participation. But I'll take questions on the bill if you have any questions.
All right. We do have questions on the bill. Representative Reiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you're speaking of putting a moratorium, you're talking about on all of it right now. Is that correct?
Well, in all honesty, you have a permit on your facility?
No, we don't have any Class 6 permits yet issued in the state.
Would this stop your project?
Yes.
Because you don't have 100% participation of the landowners?
Well, nobody. Here's the issue you have with it, that this is like all the energy we're speaking of that's been aforementioned in Class 2, Class 6 is global. When you're talking about that kind of money, it's global investment that's from everywhere, and a moratorium would, when it affect, it would kill all the projects.
And if that's right, I think, everybody keeps talking about globally, and I could care less really about globally. What I'm worried about is the United States of America and the. Go ahead.
And that 100%, that's first and foremost on my mind. But when you're talking about the oil and gas exploration and all energy exploration, those dollars come from everywhere, but they have to comply with our rules and laws and regulations on the federal side and the state side, both that come into it. And when you're dealing with the energy sector, it is a global market that invests, whether we're oil and gas is going to Saudi or we're going to Africa or we're going into whatever sea we're going into. Those kind of dollars. But to answer your question, yes, that certainly would. I mean, we have investors that's outside the United States.
Well, if you don't have 100% participation out of your pore space owners, which you say you don't, I guess. This wouldn't affect you if you have that participation. No. Only the people that were involuntarily put into the unit. And I don't. Your unit's set up differently than everybody else's, so I'm not really. I remember the bill when it come through. I don't remember how it was set up.
Correct.
And so I don't really know your particular situation, but.
That's my concern for the whole, all of it together, just on the energy perspective of it. I just want to state that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Reiser. There are no further questions on your bill. We do have green cards and support wishing to speak. If you want to stay there, Representative McCormick, or you can come back into your chair. I think most of these people are gone, but Michael Nichols, you want to come down? Michael Nichols, Russell Wilson. Is Russell here? Okay. Samara Rigmaiden, I know she's gone. Roland Hollis. Roland, do you want to come down on this bill? Okay. Caleb? Is that a no or is that a go LSU? What is that? That's a no. Jim Crumling? Jim's not here. John West? John, you still here? James Hyatt? Still here? Malaya Beatty? Not here. Chris Alexander is still here? Chris Alexander still here? Nope. Elizabeth Soychek? Wendy Beck? James Vanderweel? Wave? Okay. Caitlin Joshua? Walter Piley?
I'll yield my time.
Yield, okay. And Kim Goodell. Wait, okay. All right, Michael, it's all you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for earlier today for
I owe you one because I didn't even get out of the building and my wife had already texted me. So I appreciate you keeping me out of a bind there. But we've heard all the, back and forth today, and, this stuff, it's really dangerous. CO2 injection wells are really, really dangerous. CO2 pipelines are really, really dangerous. And so why do we want to use our tax dollars to hurry up and create a potential disaster? Why don't we just slow down, brake check this thing, and let's get I've actually got a volunteer from LSU, from the Ag Center, to do a study, a tenured professor over there. He's willing to assemble a team. And we haven't had that, and we need that. And that's something that I'm not sure why we haven't done, but we need independent scientists that's here telling us whether this is good or bad in the long run. So this would certainly give us the opportunity to do that. And, why not? Why not do that? I don't get it. Why we want to take those unnecessary risks. We know they're there. Anywhere as you look in the literature, this is not low risk. It's not low risk. So let's slow down. Let's brake check this, and let's get some independent research. Let's get with LSU. Let's get with the Ag Center, and let's get a team assembled. And that way y'all won't have to sit here and listen to me any longer. But thank y'all very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. Appreciate that. I believe that does it for all the cards in support, correct? You had read all of these, right? We went through the big list, all right? In opposition to House Bill 522, I do have some cards with people wishing to speak. Quite a few of them. All right. Ray Gregson, got 2 of them. You only need to come down once. Ben Grove and Justin Carr from ExxonMobil, if you don't mind. Appreciate y'all taking the time to come here and provide testimony. Let's start with Mr. Ray Gregson, since he put in 2 cards.
My apologies.
Don't worry about it.
Just put it in early this morning. It's been a long day for us.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ray Gregson. I'm the CEO of the River Region Chamber of Commerce, who represents business, industry, and economic development in St. Charles, St. John, and St. James parishes. The River Region has some of the most promising opportunities in Louisiana for industrial investment, driven in part by responsible CCS projects. Current and future facilities depend on CCS to move forward. These are projects that will create thousands of jobs, support small business, and generate tax revenue that benefits infrastructure, our local schools, and communities. A moratorium of any kind on CCS permitting sends a message across the world: Louisiana is not open for business. It sends a devastating signal to investors who are already looking to other states like Texas and Mississippi and other countries where the regulatory environment is more stable. Majority of the announced projects are not at FID. If House Bill 522 passes, projects will be delayed or outright canceled, and we risk losing not just opportunities, but the future existing facilities who need CCS. It's important to note, companies who have multiple facilities across the U.S. and the world compete internally. The facilities who have the lower taxes, lower carbon footprint, and talented workforce will win. We need the facilities in Louisiana to win internally. This is about good-paying jobs for Louisiana families. It's about infrastructure investments. It's about giving our local economies a fighting chance to grow and compete. Louisiana has the geology, infrastructure, and workforce to lead the nation in CCS, but we will lose advantage if we freeze our own progress. Let's not let short-term fear prevent long-term success for Louisiana's economy and environment. I respectfully ask this committee to oppose HB 522, and thank you very much for your time, dedication, and commitment to Louisiana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gregson.
Yes.
Right? All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Ben Grove with the Clean Air Task Force.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak on House Bill 522. So I'm Ben Grove. I'm with the Clean Air Task Force, and I'm a geologist. My background is in geologic storage of CO2. I have over a decade of experience in this field, including direct experience with commercial CCS projects, geologic characterization, and even preparation of Class 6 permits. We're opposed to the moratorium on the basis that geologic storage is not safe. We've heard a lot today. There's a lot of concern around the safety of geologic storage, but the bottom line is it's a safe and well understood practice. We owe this understanding to decades of real-world experience injecting fluids into underground formations. This provides a strong precedent for safety, but also the robust regulations that are in place that govern storage add to this. But safety is really rooted in geology itself. The subsurface is capable of retaining fluids like hydrocarbons and even naturally occurring CO2 for millions of years. We wouldn't have commercial accumulations of hydrocarbons if this wasn't true. And so, in essence, when we're storing CO2, we're kind of simply putting it back where it came from, often in the same types of formations that these hydrocarbons have been produced from. This is not a new idea. As I said, it builds on decades of real commercial experience. Over 1.5 billion tons of CO2 have been safely injected in the U.S. alone. And a lot of that's been in Louisiana. This has been via enhanced oil recovery. And this isn't happening just below our feet. Typical depths to injection for these projects are over 3,000 feet, sometimes much deeper than 3,000 feet in the subsurface. This means that there are thousands of feet of solid rock separating an injection formation for CO2, separating that from underground sources of drinking water and the surface of the earth. And to date, there have been no documented cases of drinking water aquifers being contaminated as the result of geologic storage of CO2. So I just want to quickly circle back to strong regulation. I mentioned that the majority of CO2 to date has been injected via Class 2 wells. Class 2 wells, the requirements for permitting those wells are far less stringent than Class 6 wells. And to get a Class 6 well permitted, you have to go through a lot of steps. We heard earlier, and I want to bring this up, we heard earlier that there's this notion that we don't actually know what's going on in the subsurface with these projects. I want to refute that because it's patently false. With a Class 6 project, the amount of data you have to collect to get one of these wells permitted is absolutely astounding. There is an immense wealth of data that's collected. Operators have to build 3D models of the subsurface and simulate fluid flow, injection of CO2 through time, oftentimes out as far as thousands of years in the future to figure out what's going to happen. These models include faults, they include existing well bores, etc. So my time is up, but I just want to say that because of these regulations and the work that needs to go into this, storage security actually increases through time as we collect more data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Justin Carr, how are you, sir?
Doing well. How are you doing?
You waited all day till 8 o'clock to come to the table.
Yes.
What
I'm more of a late.
What a great,
night owl,
what a
so.
great surprise to have you.
Well, so I do love talking about this. You can go and start the clock. Oh, you did start the clock. Thank you.
I'm trying to milk the clock and use all your time.
Yes. So.
You have 1 minute left.
Yeah, see that? It's a great strategy, Chairman. So I am Justin Carr. I'm with ExxonMobil. I'm the asset manager for the U.S. Gulf Coast CO2 business. I like talking about it because it's interesting. I am an oil and gas guy. I've been with ExxonMobil for almost 18 years. CO2 is not where I started. I have over 24 customers on the system right now. So the majority of my customers are in enhanced oil recovery. That is where we take CO2 and we sweep reservoirs to catch the oil that just simply wasn't going to come out naturally. I also have about a dozen merchant CO2 customers. They make dry ice, bottle it for soda machines and what have you. And I know there's been an amendment, so I'm not sure about the impacts to the bottlers, but I will say that the customers that I have will be impacted, the existing ones and the 9 additional customers that have already signed up for CCS services. So House Bill 522, the way it's written, first will stop EOR. It will stop EOR in Louisiana, like just the way it's written. I don't think that was the intent, Representative, but just the way it's worded, it will, even with the amendment. It also will disrupt the over $2 billion of investment that the sequestration customers are in the middle of either installing now or have FID'd and have ordered long lead material. Putting a moratorium on this is going to threaten their ability to execute the project, get the tax roll going, get the jobs going. And so, as has been mentioned several times throughout the day, the investment that's linked to this really should not be disrupted for what would be a year of study for something that, as was mentioned earlier, is very well understood. I do want to pivot to the wells because I think that's where a lot of the study is aimed. Since the Safe Drinking Water Act of 1974 was enacted, we've injected tens of trillions of gallons of liquids into the ground in the United States. Trillions of gallons of that have been CO2. Not a single incident of drinking water contamination has occurred from underground injection control activities since the implementation. Tens of trillions of gallons. We currently have 740,000 active injection wells in the United States today. 740,000, right? 740,000. 180,000 of them are Class 2 wells associated with oil and gas, and they are currently pumping 2 billion gallons a day every day into the ground. So this is very well studied, decades and decades. The LDNR does a great job of managing it today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Justin. All right, we do have a question. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of wondering what bill y'all are reading there, but I want to read this line to you, and I'd like each one of you to answer this question. The geological storage and sequestration of carbon dioxide under private property without the consent of the property owner. To me, that's the essence of the bill. You tell me what gives you the right to be entitled to doing this.
You want to go? So is that,
just each one of you, if you don't mind, because that's the essence of the bill to me. There's a moratorium, and that's the essence of it.
Yeah. So the oil and gas rules today comprehend forced pooling for minerals, right? Because if you own 5 acres, you can't possibly pull just your oil and gas minerals out without it being part of a larger unit. And so the flip side of that's true too, where someone who owns 5 acres really can't hold the rest of the unit hostage. So when I mentioned that this was going to impact enhanced oil recovery, you do have a lot of fields.
This doesn't have anything to do with the enhanced oil
secure
recovery.
geologic storage is recognized as occurring with enhanced oil recovery, and that's why this moratorium will stop EOR. And I don't think that was the intent, but that's what the words say.
Yeah, no, if you'd amend this, you wouldn't be for it regardless, though, would you?
Well, I have other customers who will be impacted, so no.
Right. You're not going to be for, regardless for that reason, you're not going to be for the bill anyhow, though. But anyhow, it was my understanding that don't you have to, when you do secondary oil recovery with CO2, don't you have to get a permit to leave the CO2 in ground? You don't automatically get the right to do that. Is that not, am I mistaken about that?
No, that is part of the process. So it's like a water injection, and CO2 staying in the ground is just part of the process. It's not a choice. It just
your customers. How big are their reservoirs? That they're 10,000, 20,000, 30, 40,000 acres.
They range. So there's some small operators that are several hundreds, and then probably some that are a few thousand. Yep.
Few thousand?
Yeah. There's ranges. So in Mississippi, we've got.
What's the biggest one you think?
I don't know. I'd have to look into that. I think.
We've been told somewhere between 40,000 and 20,000 acres is what some of these should be expected to be. So I mean, just take the low end, 20,000 acres. You could have 5,000 acres of private property on it. It could be hundreds of people, not just one 5-acre tract, but hundreds of people that their private property is being taken by y'all for that reason. I mean, we gave y'all the ability in 2020. Shame on us. I'll guarantee you I'll never give big oil and gas nothing again as long as I'm down here because of that reason. But that's my concern.
Yeah. And so just to clarify, though, that none of the injection activities, Class 1 through 5, involve the landowners. So enhanced oil recovery It's an oil and gas. It's a mineral issue, and so the landowners aren't even.
I fully understand
Okay.
class 1 through 5. I'm familiar with. We're talking
Gotcha.
about this.
Okay, so this is just a class 6 phenomenon we're talking about. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else like to give an answer to that question? We're talking about private property rights of people that don't want to be included in the unit.
I'm not going to speak to private property rights. The reason I'm up
That's
here
the
talking
that's the
about
question. If
safety
you don't
is
want to answer
line
that question, I
11 on
appreciate it. We'll go to the next guy.
My understanding is that there's some unintended consequences, how you measure that, as far as, does it leak on? So we have one in St. Charles that's going to be on state property, but how do we prove that?
State property, my bill doesn't affect
Well,
state
but
property.
does it leak onto private property?
I'm sorry?
Does it go on to private property?
I don't know if your project goes on to private property or
Well,
not.
I mean, underground I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. That's supposed to be mapped out. I don't know. That they have to know that before they give a permit. So, okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. There are no further questions. Thank y'all very much. Thanks for staying here long enough to come up to the table. All right, we have 3 more cards in opposition wishing to speak. Michael Heck, Anna Johnson, and Bob Meredith. Wave. Bob, you coming up? You coming up? Okay. Michael? Okay. All right.
All right, I introduced myself before. I'm Bob Meredith, representing Louisiana Green Fuels. The only thing I want to point out is that these projects, they're very complex. They're very time consuming. It involves an immense amount of data gathering. They have long lead times. Everything is set in motion, and it is constantly, if you get one of these to the finish line, you're constantly herding the cats and trying to get the planets aligned to get there. And we have 24 particular issues that are in certain stages. And if you introduce a moratorium into the middle of that, then everything is going to get upset. It just totally wrecks the ability to put a project together. Totally ability. Then nobody said, well, is the moratorium going to be extended? You can't get financing, you can't get anything. So it's just a project killer is what it is. It's just psychological with the financial markets, with everybody. Anybody in business will tell you the same thing. You can't do this you can't do it now. Well, is it going to end in a year? Well, we may be back here discussing another year. Nobody can plan anything when you deal with moratoriums. It's as simple as that.
Thank you, Mr. Bob. Let us restart the clock.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members, and thank you for allowing us to speak here tonight. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. My name is Anna, and I'm the president of the West Baton Rouge Chamber of Commerce. Our chamber spent a great deal of time at the Capitol over the last couple of years addressing and assisting with what carbon capture looks like and what it means for our state, particularly the Capital Region. Investors and industry are pulling all the levers in the race to net zero, and West Baton Rouge is welcoming these projects with open arms. Of those projects mentioned in Louisiana, $10 billion of that in carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration projects have been pledged to West Baton Rouge in the coming years, with nearly 6,000 new jobs expected. Unfortunately, investors will be hesitant to fund these projects if there's uncertainty created by a moratorium. This will lead to reduced capital in an industry that requires significant investment to scale. Halting these projects can lead to a loss of jobs in associated industries, including engineering, construction, manufacturing, and more. It'll also impact local economies within our parish that benefit from these projects. So, what happens when you say yes to these projects? I'll tell you. West Baton Rouge has announced 2 carbon capture projects in the last year. You may have heard of the latest one, Atmos Clear, who announced they have signed a contract with Microsoft for 6.75 million metric tons of engineered carbon removal over the next 15 years. This deal is the world's largest permanent carbon removal to date. I'll say that again. This is the world's largest permanent carbon removal to date, right here in West Baton Rouge at the Port of Baton Rouge. You may have also heard of another one that's been making waves for the last couple of years. Grand Fuels, a proposed $9.2 billion renewable fuels complex to be housed right here in West Baton Rouge, also at the port. This plant will create 340 direct jobs, and it will have 1,025 employees with an average salary of $98,000 plus benefits. Upon completion, it will be the largest renewable energy complex in North America. I'll say that again. It will be the largest renewable energy complex in North America. We're also working on another carbon capture project announced in December. This will be a shared project between us and Iberville Parish, and I want to share some numbers with you. In West Baton Rouge, of the 14 landowners who would be affected by this project, 9 of them have already signed leases or are negotiating their lease with the company as of March 21st. And none of them have said no yet. In Iberville Parish, of the 118 landowners who would be affected by the same project, 44 have already signed leases or negotiating their lease with this company as of March 21st, and only 4 of the 118 have said no.
All right. I'm sorry, Anna. We do have a question. Representative McCormick.
Sure.
You bet. To the gentleman from Monroe, is that correct?
Columbia.
Columbia. And that you have your Representative Reiser's district?
Yes, sir.
So do y'all not have, what participation y'all have in, do you know the answer to these questions? What landowner?
Well, we know what we expect. We haven't spent millions of dollars until we can get a Class 6. So we haven't.
You're going to get a Class 6 before you get the leases?
Yes, sir. Because Class 6s are hard to get, and you have to. So we know where they need to be, and we've had preliminary conversations, and it's been accepted. So yes.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Okay. That seems odd to me. That's the first time I heard that.
Well,
So
there's a lot of things we're doing that are different. So
okay.
that's one of them.
All right. Well, that sounds good. On your project you're talking about, how many landowners total? Will you give the number of the landowners there again?
Sure. In West Baton Rouge, 14. In Iberville, 118.
That's the total landowners?
Correct. As of now. It could grow, but those are the numbers as of March 21st.
You realize if they all voluntarily sign this memorandum, this moratorium doesn't affect your project then, right? It only affects the project if they don't lease.
With respect to your bill, I think it's dangerous to set a precedent putting any moratorium in place.
Well,
and once you open that delta and take that genie out of the bottle, it doesn't go back in.
Maybe you're like my next bill that makes it illegal to put it under anybody's property that don't want it there.
What I will say is that there's been a lot of testimony tonight about eminent domain and landowners being forced to do something. Every single one of these landowners have been contacted. The company is not forcing anything. And if the landowners don't want it, they go away. But guess what? Everybody who does sign on gets paid right away. So whether or not this project comes through, they're getting mailbox money. So they're happy.
Right. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. Seat number 29, Lacombe, is that you? Okay. Seat number 29 for a question.
I was too close to Jacob, so I had to move over.
I understand that.
It's been a long day. No, more so just I wanted to thank you, Miss Anna, for coming down and testifying on behalf of West Baton Rouge. Y'all have done a fantastic job at the chamber and cultivating a working relationship between the groups that are coming in, the port, and all of the local officials there. So I know you've been patiently waiting to sit here all day to have an opportunity. I just wanted to say thank you for coming up and advocating on behalf of our parish and those entities.
Yes, and thank you for being a great representative for West Baton Rouge.
Thank you, Representative Lacombe, and thank you, Anna and Bob. That's no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all staying here and coming to the table. We do have additional cards in opposition not wishing to speak. Tracy Evans, representing Self. Tommy Smart, representing Loga. Buck Vanderstein, representing Louisiana Forestry Association. Patrick Riley with LCA, Marjorie McKithen with Jones Walker, Ben Grove with Clean Air Task Force, Eric Morvant, Entergy, Kevin Ainsworth, Jones Walker, Douglas, Melanson, ExxonMobil, Will Hardy, Conservatives for Clean Energy Louisiana, Logan Anderson, Jones Walker, Forrest Hudson, Capture Point, Robert Bauman, Hood Bauman, Mike Moncla, Loga, Keen Jones, Brack, Brian Hanks, Loga, Lamoga, Labi, Tommy Fauché, Lamoga, Desiree Lemoyne, Industry Makes, Desiree Lemoyne, TJC Group, Legacy Lemoyne, Sungas Resources, Bloch, Gallagher, Industry Makes, Clyde Young, Royal Martin, Thomas Murphy, Luke Bullock, Labi, Kevin McGibbony, One Acadiana, Kyle Domain, DDG, Liz Mangum Air Products, Ted Godfrey, Baton Rouge Area Chamber, Liz Mangum Exxon Mobil, Megan Thacker, Consumer Energy Alliance, Mr. McCormick, make your way back down to the table, Ginger Corley, Exxon Mobil, Brad Hester, DDG, Kevin Hayes, Louisiana Landowners Association, Lana Venable, and Andrew Chartrand, Blue Sky Infrastructure. Representative McCormick, to close on your bill.
I see why trial lawyers don't like them big oil companies. I may be switching sides here. But let's just go ahead and vote, Mr. Chairman. It's no use dragging this out. There's no other questions.
Representative McCormick makes a motion to move favorable on House Bill 522 with amendment. Is there objection to that motion? There is objection. Vice Chair Orgeron. Members, a yes vote is for House Bill 522 with amendments. A no vote is against House Bill 522 with amendments. Madam Committee Administrative Assistant, please call the roll.
Representative Guyman? Yes. Representative Bro? Representative Bryant? No. Representative Carrier? Yes. Yes. Representative Coates? Yes. Yes. Representative DeWitt? No. No. Representative Domain? No. No. Representative Travis Johnson? Representative Kerner? Representative Lacombe? No. Representative Landry? No. Representative Mack? Yes. Representative McCormick? Yes. Representative Orgeron?
No.
No. Representative Reiser?
No.
No. Representative Ventrella? Representative Zarang? No. 8 no, 5 yes.
8 no, 5 yeas, that bill fails. Next bill, Representative Carrier, House Bill 568. Ms. Winkler, could you read that one in, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members, House Bill 568 by Representative Carrier establishes public safety and accountability procedures applicable to carbon capture and storage projects.
Thank you, Ms. Winkler. Representative Carrier, on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'd like to call a couple of people up. Roland and, what's her name?
Roland Hollins and who else, Representative Carrier?
I just know her first name. Yeah, come on. Get right with me.
Is there a couple people or a people?
Maybe a people.
A people, okay, all right.
Now, look, this bill, I know it's I don't know how far it's gonna go because previous bills, but we're all about protecting our people in Allen Parish, and, you know, we were getting prepared in case we couldn't stop it. So, some of this is gonna be the same as some of the same things that we've been going over with, especially Shane. And we may be able to get together, Shane, and kind of fix this where maybe we can make it palatable for everybody else. But what this does, it actually makes the reporting requirements for carbon capture and storage projects and imposes criminal penalties for failure to report carbon dioxide leaks, pipelines, ruptures, and sequestration failures. And it also, the present law just doesn't go far enough. I don't think it has any bite to it. And you can read, I don't want to read the whole thing to you, but we're going to change it to put a little bite to it, especially on the proposed law that requires additional reporting by owners or operators of Class 6 wells, including a $250,000 per day fine for failure to report within 48 hours of the occurrence. Okay, and the proposed law, a felony charging a penalty of up to 5 years in prison for the chief executive officer or owner of the offending entity. Fines up to $500,000 per violation for each day the incident remains unreported. Permanent revocation of state operating permits for repeat offenders as determined by the department. Personal liability damages caused by delayed reporting, including injury, death, or environmental destruction of chief executive officer or owner of the offending civil lawsuits from affected residents and businesses, criminal prosecution under law, fraud, and environmental protection statutes, and again provides for the provisions to be included in proposed law, effective upon signature of the governor, lapse of time of, and all we try to do, since we probably going to be getting this carbon sequestration, is to protect our residents. And we're going to do everything we can. We may have to add a few people to help us with it. And Roland, you have a few things to say?
Well, yes, sir. We ain't been working on this so long not to.
Yeah, Roland's been working on this for a couple of years.
You know, I know you know the outcome of this, but it still needs to be said. So I appreciate you for working on this bill.
Thank you, man.
This bill is about protecting Louisiana people, not protecting corporate profits. We already know what happens when you fully trust companies to do the right thing. Illinois trusted, and it took legislature stepping in to shut down a leaking CO2 injection site to save their citizens' drinking water. The company knew they had a leak. They just kept injecting anyway. That's what happens when there's no real accountability. We're here today to say Louisiana should not wait until damage is done. This bill demands full transparency, not empty PR lines we see on social media every day. As a matter of fact, we just got sent out a flyer to all of our people in our parish calling us neighbors. But it don't seem like we neighbors today. A long ways from it. When a rupture, a leak, or a seismic activity occurred, this bill forces company to immediately report it to the exact location, notify residents about risk to their health, their water, and their land, explain the mitigation steps being taken, lay out clear corrective actions timeline, not hide behind layers, not behind excuses, not behind lobbyists, and there's plenty of them today. It's take 3 planes to get them back on. We reasonable people. We willing to go to $50,000 a day instead of $250,000. It's our homes, our kids, our families, our land, our water, and a 2-year prison term for the CEO. We won't go to 5. We're reasonable. It's about like it's been reasonable here today. I realize there has to be amendments to this bill, but it doesn't mean that this bill ain't needed. Accountability for Louisiana families, communities. I know it's no use to ask, but I'm going to ask anyway. I wish that y'all would support Representative Gary's Bill 568. Thank you for doing it.
Yeah, and I tell you, Shane, I really like the idea about the odor. I had never thought about that. the odor of the gas. I think that's a great idea. I don't know why they don't use more of it, or more often. What about your bill? You think we could work together and try to come up with something?
I think that bill is stuck in Neverland right now.
know,
Representative
I know.
Carrier at a 7-7 tie. So, all right. So there are questions. Representative DeWitt, quick question, please.
Yes, sir. I want to give my reasoning for my question I'm going to ask you. I think we need some more time on your bill and Representative Mack's bill to get the correct stakeholders at the table. And I'm talking about state police, DEQ, and DNR. And I'll volunteer myself. And let's make this bill better. And let's get it in the right posture that I think we can get it passed. Just getting it out of committee doesn't mean anything. You know that.
Right.
You've been around this place longer than I have. So I would just respectfully ask you to voluntarily defer it.
Well,
All right. Thank you, Representative DeWitt. There's a question, Representative Mack.
I just was going to say I'd be glad to work with you, but Representative DeWitt, communicated basically what I was going to communicate. I think we could work together more to put this bill in proper posture to get it all the way to the finish line if we could voluntarily defer it.
and then we can give y'all's ideas that we have
Yep.
in these rural areas is so different than what y'all deal with. But yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right. So
That'd be great.
So Representative Mack and Representative DeWitt, you all want to voluntarily defer it and reschedule it for another week in this session, or do you want to voluntarily defer it and let
soon
it
as
die
you
in the boneyard?
I would at least give us a few days. A week would be fine.
All right. Representative Carrier, there's a motion to voluntarily defer your bill and reschedule it later in the session. Do you want to make a comment on that?
No, I'm good with it. I think all three of us working together can make it a lot better. We just want to protect our people.
Okay. There's a motion by Representative DeWitt to voluntarily defer House Bill with number 568. Is there any opposition to that? Seeing no opposition, House Bill 568 is voluntarily deferred and will be rescheduled at the request of the author this session.
Thank y'all, guys.
Thank you. I have a point of order, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know the rules very good, so I'm going to ask this question. Can't we at some point revote on Representative Mack's bill if somebody like Representative DeWitt that voted no brings it back up?
Yes, sir, we can do that at another day.
Right. So the bill.
There are motions that can be made, and we can discuss that after the committee meeting with the authors of the bill if they want to. There's a couple of things they can do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let's go back to Representative Shammerhorn. We're just rotating everybody right now. Just. I think at this point we just do over and under on what the score is going to be, right? Which bill you want to take? 380. 380? All right, Representative Shammerhorn, House Bill 380. Ms. Stoller, could you read that in, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Bill 380 by Representative Shammerhorn removes eminent domain authority for carbon dioxide sequestration.
Thank you, Ms. Stoller. Representative Shammerhorn on your bill.
Okay. I want to start out by revisiting Representative Owen this morning. He highlighted a little bit about what's been expropriated for Fort Polk on their expansions. I don't know if you actually realize, but as of today, we have lost almost 200,000 acres to Fort Polk. My children, I have a son and a daughter. My son will be 45 in May, and my daughter is 42. Their great-grandparents were part of that move. Okay? They really started back over with nothing. Also in my district, this is in my district, okay, almost 200,000 acres. Also in my district is Toledo Bend. The people of Sabine Parish lost 101,000 acres to Toledo Bend. There are cemeteries, there are churches, there are houses, bridges, roads, everything else under Toledo Bend today. So when you start talking about using eminent domain, boy, you're talking about the feathers start rising up. I mean, it's tough. It is very, very tough on the people of Vernon Sabine Parish. What did they get for giving that up? Literally nothing, okay? Literally nothing. What we did in 2020, actually, we thought we were helping Louisiana. And undoubtedly, by all the testimonies and all the red cards that come in, undoubtedly we did. But I can guarantee you that if I would have realized that they were going to be pipelining CO2 to be injected into the ground in 30,000 acres, I would have never voted for it. Now, the size of these projects are enormous. You know, they said somebody a while ago said they have injected trillions of tons of carbon for the recovery of the oil that was stranded. Man, that's a lot of carbon. But it is in smaller sections than what they have. My problem is, let's make them smaller. If they can't get the people to voluntarily lease their properties, they need to shrink their footprint, just like anybody else. I was given a contract the other night, and I read the contract a couple of times to make sure I could regenerate it. So there was a guy that had 7 acres of land, okay? He didn't want to lease it. So the company offered him $1,500 an acre. $1,500 an acre is what they offered him. Now, one of the clauses in that contract was he would have, in the lease that he also received, he could never drill through the plume or into the plume. He gave up that right. So the way I look at it is, if somebody has to hire a lawyer to protect his 20 acres or 5 acres or 1,000 acres or whatever to try to beat the system that we have created, it's wrong. Look, I own a landfill. I have safety precautions I have to go through. First responders, they know exactly what I have in my shop. I have contacts to call for emergency vehicles. I have to call the state police. I have to call DEQ just like anybody else. I'm private. I have bought everybody out around me, and it's sure not $1,500. It's $10,000 an acre for woodland just because it joined me, because I wanted a bigger buffer. I have 4 acres left that I'm in the process of trying to buy, and that way I will own the whole vicinity and not have any problems with anybody. All we're asking is not to use eminent domain if the people do not want it under their feet. If there is a lease signed for mineral rights, the question came up a while ago on mineral rights, stranded minerals. Carbon cannot override that without a release of the mineral right lease. So actually, those big boys that have the mineral lease actually have more power than the guy that owns the property, which is wrong. The people that own the property have worked hard. They have improved it. And just like Representative Guyman, he's got property his son or daughter may want to build a house on. I have people, my neighbor where I live now, has their property up for sale. They're a young couple. They are worried about what is going to happen. Industry has yet to be in my district to educate any of the public. There was one company that came in. They provided a new welding shop at one of the schools. Instead of them having to go to the VOTEC, they provide that service at the school to be a pipe fitter or a welder. It's dual enrollment, just like if you were going to college. So whenever they're graduating high school, they will be a welder or a pipe fitter. They would be an apprentice in the union, pipe fitters and welders union, which is great, okay? I support every VOTEC bill that comes through. I've been after dual enrollment for VOTEC system forever because not everybody is going to college. But that's the way they tried to wiggle in, okay? I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong for trying to help your communities. But do you understand that all we have are promises on what they are going to provide the communities? LED, they sent us out a sheet, and it's not complete. These millions of dollars that's going to come to the parishes on these injection wells are going to benefit so much money. I think one of the parishes, it may have been Allen Parish, I think it was Allen, like $17 million is what they anticipated the tax roll would be off of injection well, and I guess the pipeline also. I talked to my clerk. The clerks were here yesterday. I talked to my clerk yesterday. We finally got out of the meeting, and I got over, and I asked him, I said, what is the value of an injection well? He said, well, it hasn't been documented yet because they can't assess the value. The value is assessed down here in Baton Rouge, and then it's applied to the injection well. He said if it is valued at $1 million, make it math simple, the $1 million, then they're assessed 10% of the million, which is 100,000. Then they are assessed 15% of the 100,000. He said it is not what they're putting on paper. They're saying that the landowners are going to make millions of dollars for every year of $2 million. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. They say the landowners are going to make all this money for all the storage. They will make money, but when you divide $1.50 a ton, and they're anticipating 2 million tons, that's $3 million divided by 20,000 acres. The amount of money goes down drastically of what they are going to make. Your big property owners, you know, you've heard the timber company, Royal Martins, objected to ever put a red card in every time. There's one project, they probably have 9,000 acres. They're going to make lots of money because they're about half the size of what the lease is going to be. All I'm doing is asking for us to revisit where we messed up in 2020 and we violated our own Constitution by making this a public service instead of being what it actually is private. This time, I'm going to yield the floor. I would like Mr. Woody Jenkins to come back.
All right,
He's still here?
I do have a question for you real quick.
Yes, sir.
Representative Shammerhorn, this bill, does it include the CO2 pipeline and?
No, this is just the sequestration.
Okay, so how does, so this is just the
Disposal.
the storage?
Yes, storage.
Okay, so how does this work with the unitization bill from last year when, like, is this in conflict with that bill or is it in
is.
addition to?
No, it's in conflict with that bill.
Okay.
So, look, it's been said here before today that if you want to lease your 5 acres, you have every right to lease your 5 acres.
Right.
But if I don't want to lease my 5 acres, don't make me hire a lawyer to go to court to defend my own rights that was given to me by the Constitution.
Okay. Does this include surface space also, or I'm just trying to understand if we went to unitization last year, how does this bill play? Because we removed eminent domain and went to unitization for the storage. What is your bill adding?
Okay.
And
that bill allowed for 75%,
That's right. That's right.
25%
That's right.
eminent domain. That would remove the 25% and require them to get 100%.
So your bill turns unitization to 100%.
Yes.
Okay. A couple of quick just clarifications. You mentioned my kids and the property. That is actually a true story. I do have property that they are actually trying to build on now. We do have pipelines running through that property. But if Mr. Tommy Smart had his way and he wanted to put a pipeline where they wanted to build their house, he would. And then they wouldn't be able to build their house.
Exactly.
And so my property would be useless. To that point, Mr. Tommy Smart thinks that his project is more important than my property and my kids.
Yes.
That was the point I was making this morning.
Yes.
Secondly, why you have a business, why don't you just expropriate that property that you wanted?
It's not right.
I'm just saying that
It's not
if industry can do it, why can't you do it?
And I own about 160 acres
Why don't you just
all around it.
Why don't you just use expropriation and take it?
I'm private.
Okay.
I'm private.
It was just a comment.
I know.
All right. Mr. Jenkins.
Yes, sir. Woody Jenkins. You know, I wanted to be here today because I felt like this entire session, this was really the place I should be because this was ground zero for the protection of property rights in our state during this session. And there are just a few things, you know, you can bother with people's church, you can bother with their children, you can bother with their property, and that's where the legislature really gets in a lot of problems. I want to talk about the Kelo decision and how it impacts our constitutional rights to property. You know, Kelo was a federal court decision 2005. The Supreme Court went off the rails, in my opinion, U.S. Supreme Court, and they ruled that you could expropriate property for private use. Well, that was something new, a departure in our law, and so here in Louisiana, we went crazy. We reacted in 2006 with a constitutional amendment, and if you look at Article 1, Section 4, I was citing to you the original provisions that we passed in 1974, but it gave us even more protection in those amendments in 2006, which is a reversal of the Kelo decision as it relates to Louisiana. In Louisiana, it's very clear that if an expropriation is for a private person or a private party, you can't do it in Louisiana. Now, this is why all of this talk about eminent domain for carbon capture runs head on into our state constitution. You just can't do it you can't do what you're trying to do in this legislative session under the Louisiana Constitution, Article 1, Section 4. And so you have to realize that we have limitations on what we can do. It's very clear that the judge decides whether it's public and necessary purpose, not a legislative declaration. That's in the Constitution. It's very clear that the amount of compensation in a true expropriations case is going to be decided by the jury, and the courts can't overturn that jury award because that jury award's in the Constitution, and it includes all sorts of other things. You're just opening up litigation endlessly, and it's going to be in places like North Louisiana and Central Louisiana where people believe in property rights, and they're going to be resisting with judges who are going to support them. It's just a minefield. But I just want to point out to you that our Constitution is not compatible with using expropriation for carbon capture. If you want to do carbon capture, all right, but not with eminent domain.
Mr. Jenkins, what would the process be? Because as I mentioned when I presented my bill, we have conflict in state statute. The state statute conflicts with the Constitution because we said that it is for a public purpose and you can do it in statute, but yet the Constitution says you can't. So if an industry, if a developer, if a project was going to move forward and they use expropriation for CO2, what would be the avenue for the landowner? I mean, would they go to district court? What is the next step?
Okay.
To argue the case that the Constitution would...
Well, we start with the Supreme Court. Supreme law of the land is the U.S. Constitution. But when it comes to rights, the U.S. Constitution has certain rights that are protected, and the state constitution can protect other rights. So we're in that area of where additional rights are being protected by the state constitution over and above what the federal constitution.
Because the federal did not deal with CO2, as I understand
right,
it.
And they only have limited protections against expropriation in the federal constitution. We have much more protection in the state constitution. Now, if you're a landowner and they want to take your property, you don't have to do a thing. They have to go to court to take your land. So you're now... they've got a problem. They've got to prove their case, and they've got to prove that it's for a public and necessary purpose. And the Constitution is very clear as whether the purpose is public and necessary shall be a judicial question. That's why I say it doesn't matter what was in the Hewitt bill.
And so what happened in South Dakota, and it ended up in the Supreme Court. I'm not saying we're South Dakota again, but I mean, is that pretty much what happened there?
I'm not too familiar with that case. I think that they've outlawed it for carbon sequestration.
They did recently, but they had a Supreme Court ruling before that.
I'm not familiar with.
So when the CO2 developer or industry or whatever you want to call them goes to take your land through expropriation, they have to go to court.
Yes.
And would that be like a district court or
it would be
in the parish of which they were trying to do the expropriation?
Venue where the property is located.
Okay, and then what happens at that point if you're the landowner and you don't like the ruling?
Well, the first thing you're going to ask for is a jury trial because the state constitution gives either party the right to demand a jury trial. Well, now we know that a jury is probably much more likely to sympathize with the landowner in an award. And in this case, This is the only jury trial guaranteed by the Constitution. This is not by statute. And it says the jury will determine the amount of compensation. It doesn't say it can be overridden.
Okay.
Now, then it says, what's the amount of compensation? To the full extent of the owner's loss. It's not fair market value. That's the federal standard. This is to the full extent of the owner's loss, which it says very clearly it's loss of business property, it's environmental concerns, it's your history of your family. I mean, it's endless. It's subjective, and it's intended to be subjective. So you're talking about a lot of money. I don't know if the people wanting to expropriate really understand the rights that the property owners have. It's very extensive.
I think it's the property owners that don't understand the rights, because most of the people that have called me about expropriation, not on CO2, but just in general, they're intimidated, they're scared. One elderly gentleman recently, in fact, I called Miss Marjorie McKithen and asked her a question about it, but he said he's done pipelines all over his property. He has a lot of rural property, but one of the deals wasn't going good, and they threatened him with expropriation, and he just got intimidated. He said, "Brett, I've never been to court in my whole life, and I don't have money to hire a lawyer." And they were just scared. That's why I was wondering what the process would be for that individual. And again, this wasn't with a CO2 project; it was just with a regular natural gas pipeline. But that person could go to district court. Would they have to hire a lawyer?
Well, they're going to need
the landowner.
They're going to get an offer, and they're going to reject the offer.
Understand.
And then they're going to need to challenge it. And
But can you just challenge it, or do you have to have a lawyer to do that, or is it?
Well, you could do it yourself.
Okay. All right. I have a question by Representative McCormick.
I think my button just stays pushed all the time, Mr. Chairman. I would, to your point, I don't think this group understands how serious the people of this state take private property rights, to your point. You know, we talk about in this building how important insurance is and how people are outraged at the insurance. I don't realize what I've done is I actually traveled to these districts and watched these grassroots meetings that sprung up. I've been grassroots organizing for several years. You got 400 to 500 people showing up at a grassroots meeting irate. I don't think I think this building is so disassociated with the people they represent. They don't have any idea how they're going to upset they're going to be when they find this out. But my question is this. We've got a lot of high-paid people in here opposing these bills. They got to know what you know, Mr. Jenkins. The only thing I can figure is this. Is they think they got deep enough pockets that they can take people to court and break them in court. What I learned in the oil business, the real oil business, not this play-like business we're talking about now, but the real oil business years ago, is the big fish bankrupted the little fish in court by continuing to sue them over and over. That was a period of time I learned this rule of this world. The man with the gold makes the rules. That's what, you know, is that the only reason you see that these industry are pushing for this expropriation? Is they think they can outlast financially these people in court?
Representative McCormick, I don't want to cast aspersions on anybody here and what their motives are, but I guess having been here for 28 years in the legislature, I guess I kind of think like you guys do. And I think, what is my role as a legislator? To me, it's to come here and protect the constitutional rights of our citizens against the wealthy and powerful. And that's what we're facing here. That's what this is. That's why this vote on this bill is the key vote, maybe of this session, for right to property. It's this bill that's the key vote. And it's our chance to really make a statement. But to me, we're hearing all the things about economic development, and that's wonderful. But you know, there's a lot of people in the world that have a lot of money. This state is not for sale. Just because somebody has $1 billion or $10 billion, this state's not for sale. People want to protect their rights. They want progress. They want economy, but they also want to control their own lives too. So when you bother with people's church, when you bother with people's children, you bother with people's property rights, I'm telling you, this is where revolutions come up, and you see it at the ballot box in our system. So I think it's a really important issue. it's a chance to really make a stand and say, hey, we're for this. We want this development, but let's don't violate our rights. Let's find ways to do it and have everybody work together, make good deals with properties. Most people, you offer them a good deal, they're going to take it, right? Sure, because that's going to make economic sense.
But they're voluntarily agreeing to that deal.
They shouldn't be victims. Our property owners shouldn't be victims victimized by big companies. So to me, this is your vote right here, Reverend Shamhorn's bill, I think.
Yeah. I agree. I got lots more I'd like to say, but I'm going to stop talking right now. I think it's a good time. Thank you.
All right, let's go to a couple of Representative DeWitt. Do you have a question? Can it be very quick, please?
Real quick, I just want to, Representative Shamhorn, yours is just dealing with the well location?
Yes, the plume location. The
well location and the plume.
And the plume.
And the plume. Okay. Which could be, what'd you say, 20,000 acres?
Yeah, 20,000, 30,000. Okay. I heard some mention of 30,000 acre sites.
It's going to be hard to get that many people to decide on anything.
Well, I was told, I didn't see it, but there is, I think it was Capture Point. We had a meeting with Exxon and Capture Point here a week or so ago downstairs, matter of fact. And I asked the guy with Capture Point, I said, what are you doing about those that haven't signed on? He said, well, we've got 119, I think he told me at that time, that had signed leases. I said, okay, so you have 119. Show me where they are and what you're looking at taking in is eminent domain. He said, well, we're not going to use eminent domain. So, that's what I was told. Do I believe it? That's why I'm running this bill. Okay? It's just like all the promises they make about they're going to provide this service and that service and stuff like that. I've got another bill in Ways and Means to take care of that.
I think we have some confusion on what the bill does. So I'm thinking the bill does not deal with unitization. It actually deals with eminent domain.
It does.
Okay, so unitization stays at 75-25, and it covers everything that's not in a unit, is what I'm thinking. Am I not doing that right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Hang on one second. Hang on one second. Ms. Stoller, can you bail us out?
380? Yes. This bill removes all references to eminent domain for storage operators and carbon capture pipelines.
Ms. Stalter, does it do anything with the unitization that's currently law at 75-25?
No.
No. Okay. So,
okay.
Thank you, Ms. Stalter. Representative Shammerhorn, I believe your bill deals with pipeline and anything that's not currently in a unit.
Okay.
So now, Representative DeWitt, does that answer your question? Representative DeWitt.
Yeah, okay. Would you look at amendment to make it just a well location?
Are you going to support the bill if we get the amendment on?
In there is, you cannot put a well location on anything you expropriate. It's already in law, I believe.
It's just confusing, so I'm asking.
Yeah.
Even the chairman's a little confused. So
wait a minute now.
No.
The 75-25. He didn't.
Well, the 75-25. I really believe that my bill will take care of the 25% if it gets passed.
I believe you believe that. I believe you believe that.
I do.
Representative DeWitt, are you offering an amendment? And I would ask you to not offer an amendment if you're still going to be opposed to the bill, just because that's just going to take another hour.
That'd take another hour. No, sir.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking. But I'm asking Arthur because it's his bill.
Hang on. He's got the floor.
Okay. Is it the same thing I have?
Are you?
What I was wanting to know if we could just keep it at the well location of eminent domain.
What about
So you're going to remove the pipeline language.
Yes, sir. Remove the
we'll
pipeline
remove
language.
the pipeline because I've got another bill that deals with pipeline. Somewhere another pipeline got added.
I think the later it gets, the bigger the circle we're doing right now, right? Okay, that's okay.
The,
All right.
the pipeline's just a little too much.
Representative
Okay.
DeWitt, are you offering the amendment?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And the amendment would say, Ms. Staller. What would it say?
Pipeline.
Okay, so this would be an amendment in concept that would remove all of the parts of the bill that remove eminent domain authority for carbon capture pipelines.
Yes.
The remaining language would remove eminent domain authority from storage operators only.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Staller. Representative DeWitt on your amendment. That's it? All right. To the author, are you okay with the amendment? Okay. Members, Representative DeWitt has offered an amendment to which the author is in agreement to. Is there any objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection, the amendment is adopted. Now we're back on the bill. Representative McCormick.
Would you like for me to offer an amendment that says unionization has to be 100%?
Yes.
I'd like to offer that
All right.
amendment.
Ms. Staller.
This would be another amendment in concept, members, that would require a unit to have 100% consent of landowners. No, that would require all landowners to consent to the unit.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stalder. So Representative McCormick has offered an amendment. As I understand it, they would move from 75-25 to 100% voluntary participation in a unit.
That's correct.
Would you like to speak on your amendment, Representative McCormick?
Do you agree with that amendment?
I agree.
I waive comment.
Your speaking is you just agree to agree.
Yeah, agree.
Okay, so,
I agree.
all right, there is an amendment by Representative McCormick. The author is in agreement. Is there any objection to the amendment? There is objection to the amendment by Representative DeWitt. As members, we will vote on the amendment. A yes is to vote for Representative McCormick's amendment to make unitization 100%. A vote no is to leave it at 75-25, which is current law. Madam Committee Administrative Assistant, would you please call the roll?
Representative Guyman?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Bro? Representative Bryant? Yes. Representative Carrier? Representative Coates? Yes. Representative DeWitt? No. Representative Domingue? No. No. Representative Travis Johnson? Representative Kerner? Representative Lacombe? Representative Landry? No. Representative Mack? Representative Mack? Yes. Representative McCormick? Yes. Representative Orgeron?
No.
No. Representative Reiser?
No.
No. Representative Ventrella? Representative Zarang? No. No. 6 no, 5 yes.
All right, 6 noes.
I didn't vote.
But yeah, you left this committee, sir. Six noes, 5 yeas. The amendment fails. We're back on the bill, which did adopt your amendment. We're back on a bill that now says no eminent domain, but the pipeline was excluded. Just to make sure everybody's following where we are. We're back on the bill. Are there any questions on the bill? Your button is not pushed. All right, Representative McCormick for a question on the bill.
My blood pressure's up, Mr. Chairman. Basically, the bill has no teeth now, though, isn't that correct? I mean,
I'm not commenting on that.
Well, if there's no eminent domain in unitization, the bill that eliminates eminent domain in unitization doesn't do anything. Am I? You're talking to me like my wife now. What? Okay, I was just going off of Chairman comments.
Don't
comments.
throw me under the bus. I didn't do anything.
I was completely confused then.
All right.
I was listening to my chairman.
Once. All right, Ms. Stoller, can you clarify where we are with the amendment from Representative DeWitt that got adopted earlier? What is the posture of the current bill?
Currently, the bill removes eminent domain authority for carbon dioxide sequestration storage facilities.
And so we are at 75-25 unitization still.
This has nothing to do with unitization.
Has nothing to do with unitization, so it did not change that.
Correct.
Correct. Clear?
Just tell me how you want me to vote.
Thank you, Ms. Stoller. We're back on the bill. There are no questions. Thank you all very much. We're going to bring up some cards in support. Michael Nichols, wishing to speak. Woody Jenkins. Greg Neff. Is Greg still here? Blake Trahan. Is Blake here? Blake? Come on. Sidney Miller. Linda Langley. Chris Alexander. Travis Landon. Travis? Okay, come on. All right. We are still under the 3-minute rule. And Michael, you want to go first?
I'll go first.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to talk fast because I want to get as much information as I can. I wouldn't wish any of this on y'all's children and grandchildren. I'm going to say that one last time. I would be a good neighbor. I got that flyer in the mail about being a good neighbor. From now on out, we're the Hatfields and McCoys after what I've heard and seen here today. And I came here today supporting oil and gas industry, but that's no longer the case. Okay? All right, let me tell you why this is not safe. We've had enhanced oil blowouts in Delhi, Louisiana. We've had enhanced oil blowouts in Mississippi. Mississippi fined them $700,000. You know how much we fined them in Louisiana? We fined them $0. All right, we killed deer. We killed armadillos. We've almost killed people. The next thing we're going to do is kill people, folks. All right, that's the next step in this. All right, listen at this. I brought up methane earlier. Aliso Canyon, Los Angeles, California. Y'all have all heard about that methane leak. This is the closest thing to methane that's what we can compare it to. Oh, we can do all this safe. I've heard all this all day long. The lawsuit settlement was $1.8 billion in California. Okay, y'all buying into this? This is what's going to happen in our state. Okay, the California Attorney General, the California Air Resources Board, Los Angeles City, and the County of Los Angeles jumped in for $119 million. Okay, that's what we're going to be faced with because when this happens, we're going to sue. Okay, and y'all making this liable, the state of Louisiana, by buying into this. In 2004 in Moss Bluff, Texas, okay, fortunately not Moss Bluff, Louisiana, we had a larger amount of natural gas than what escaped in Aliso Canyon, but fortunately it blew up, it caught on fire, okay, and it burned. Hey, how's that for something fortunate, right? Lucky we didn't have a bunch of people killed there. This is safe, right? I could go on and on with this. Western Pennsylvania, the methane storage site there. It started leaking and people miles away. They heard it like a jet engine, just like all these other sites that leak. You know how long it takes to shut these sites down? It takes days, weeks, months. You don't have that luxury with carbon dioxide, folks. That is not going to happen. We will have dead folks. Okay, George Washington said, you cannot separate private property rights and freedom. That's where we're at right now. South Dakota, they eliminated this. The governor said no. 80 pending lawsuits against the landowners. That's why they shut it down. Okay, and that's not maybe that was on the record. You can check that out. That happened. It's going to happen here if we keep moving down this path, folks. We've got to check this up and give locals and give the landowners some say-so in this. I don't want a pipeline cutting catty-cornered across my property. I don't want this facility by my property. It is not safe. The records bear that out, and I have filed all this on public record for y'all's review. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols, for the very passionate testimony. Truly appreciate it. Mr. Trahan, Mr. Blake Trahan.
How's it going, guys? Thank y'all for the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight. I'm a retired professional baseball player. Played in the big leagues in 2018 with the Cincinnati Reds. I say that just so that you know there are other people in other walks of life that this is very important to. Okay? And at this point, as we're looking around, it's no longer about a disagreement between two sides. It's now about the people who are righteous and the people who are crooked, and it's very obvious where a lot of us stand, and it's very obvious that we have some in the room that want to do right, and some in the room that their intentions are not there. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the legal foundation they're standing on, these companies. Eminent domain. This power, the ability to take someone's private land, is only allowed under our Constitution when it is for a true public use, such as infrastructure, utilities, and genuine public health needs. And yet here we are watching private companies with billion-dollar profits use public health as a loophole, and I repeat, a loophole to seize land from unwilling property owners, all to inject waste underground. Let me be clear, this is not a hospital. This is not clean drinking water. This is not a public utility. This is a corporate pollution disguised as climate action, and they want us to use eminent domain to make it happen. It's not green, it's not public, and it's unconstitutional. They say this is about climate, but the beneficiaries are Exxon, Denbury, Oxy, not the public. It's funded by federal subsidies, billions in public money for the very companies most responsible for the pollution. It's not green, it's not public, it's unconstitutional. The risk is ours, the people. Ruptured pipelines, contaminated drinking water, earthquakes, plummeting property values. Just ask the people of Satorsha, Mississippi. They want to inject waste under the aquifers and farmland, removing a tiny fraction of carbon while risking future generations' safety. It's not green, it's not public, it's unconstitutional. Meanwhile, they get to keep producing more fossil fuels, now with a fancy green label slapped on the side. Let's talk about the impact. CCS captures less than 0.1% of emissions in our atmosphere. Natural solutions like reforestation, soil regeneration, and renewables are not only cheaper, but they're actually faster and safer. But those don't get paid oil profits because it's not green, it's not public, and it's unconstitutional. And let's talk about where this is happening. Allen Parish, Vernon Parish, rural Louisiana. Communities without lobbyists, people with land and water to lose, and when it goes wrong, because it will be the sacrifice zone because it's not green, it's not public, and it's unconstitutional.
Thank you very much, Mr. Travis.
I got concerned with CSS teams trying to do eminent domain. A lot of factors that I have concerns with is ductile fractures, bends in the pipeline. They could cause breaks and cracks in the pipeline due to floods or corrosiveness from the failure of the coated paint utilized to try to keep help to keep the carbon dioxide into the pipelines. I got worries about the pipeline execution failures, like poison controls from leaks, malicious viruses from hackers. I also got concerns about the being a farmer on my other job, project lead farmer. I got concerns about soil being too acidic, from having like the carbon dioxide overtake the natural elements like potassium, calcium, iron, and etc. I got concerned about the carbon dioxide having water too acidic for marine life, strip the oxygen from water. I did an article in The Advocate not too long ago, and it touched on basis of a chemical called carbon tetrachloride. It's a chemical that could be created from MEA, which which contains chlorine, and it's gonna be combined with the CO2, and it easily make carbon tetrachloride. This is a chemical that affects a lot of people in Camp Lejeune, and also some folks at one of the forts in Georgia, where they're currently trying to seek their rights and a compensation from their home that been done on them and the families. So I got a lot of this information from Boston University, National Oceanic Administration, National Geographic, the Union of Concerned Scientists, Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources. I just want to say this. I've been all over the United States. I've been in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. I've been to Eugene, Oregon. I've been to New York. I've been to Urbandale, Iowa. I've been to different places all around the United States concerned about the environmental concerns, and I just want to let people know that, I love America. I love Louisiana. I want to keep everything beautiful, and I hope y'all want to do the same too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Travis. We see no questions on the board for y'all. Thank you again for staying here, and thank you for coming up and testifying. Caleb Atwell, are you still here? You want to speak on this bill? Come on, Caleb. Roland Hollis, Jim Crumling, John West, and Russell Wilson. Russell? Okay. Caleb and Roland. Go ahead, Mr. Caleb.
Just going to make one general statement. If economic development is the thing that we're chasing after, why doesn't the federal government just cut the federal tax rate? Because that's, as a conservative, that's how I've always viewed as the way to grow economically, is to cut the federal corporate tax rate and get us in line with other more developed countries. And that's more of a statement than me expecting an actual answer from anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Caleb. Let's restart the clock for Mr. Rowland.
Yes, sir, Mr. Guyman, thank you again for holding this meeting and all the members staying so long to hear our concerns. The main thing I wanted to say, I didn't come up here to Mr. Danny's 522 bill, but anybody that writes a bill for Louisiana people, I should have come. Apologize for that. Ms. Shamhorn, I want to thank you for doing this bill. A lot of the countries watching, our Louisiana people deserve better. I'm going to just say, we're industry people. I know they want to say we're not, but we really are. Where we from, we believe in our industry. But, we never thought that we would be forced, our industry would be forcing us in our legislatures in a way that just seems so unconstitutional. But we love our parish, we love our state, we love our God, and we fight for what we believe that's right for the people that we represent. We've done our best case today, and we support Mr. Shamhorn's bill. And every one of these good bills that's passed this way today was for Louisiana people. And I appreciate every one of them that took the time to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Thank you, Mr. Caleb. There are no questions. We do appreciate you staying here. Let's go through the rest of the green cards, and then we'll bring up the opposition. Would anybody be offended if we just adopted these into the record and not read them? Is everybody's okay with that? Mr. Nichols, you okay with that? Adopted? We will put these in the record. I kind of think you should read them. Okay, we're going to read them. That's fine. All right, James Sandifer these are cards in support of House Bill number 380, not wishing to speak. James Sandifer, representing myself, Leslie Midkiff, a landowner, Emerson Lyons, Hayden Smith, representing myself, Shay Simone, Louisiana Cattlemen's Association, Chris Hussein, self, Larry Putman, Vernon Parrish, James Hassing, self, Jacqueline Coute, Louisiana Progress. Again, I apologize, folks, if I'm butchering your name. Denise Hilburn, Rebecca Hilburn, Joseph Coco, Cynthia Horton, We the People, Mark Horton, We the People, Jeff Reed, LNLA, Lisa Loop, LNLA, Donna Dickens, Allen Parish, Juanita Perkins, Allen Parish, Daryl Granger, or Grange, We the People, Monica Granger, We the People, Susie Labrie, Walter Bush. Rhonda Johnson, my family, and Johnson Family Services. Destiny Hamilton, self. Akimi Haygood, self. Yuki Banks, self. This name I cannot read. It starts with a D and the last name starts with a T. James Vanderwell, Research, Education, Planning. And I can't read it's Climate Coalition toward the end, but I can't read the writing in between. Allie Johnson, Coshawta Tribe and Jefferson Davis Parish. Brian Robinson, Healthy Gulf. Henry Vitre, CO2 Alliance. Equilla Victorian, CO2 Alliance. Tamisha Victorian, CO2 Alliance, and We the People. Julie Richmond Saucier, Vernon Parish. David Daly, Vernon Parish. Tommy Cryer. Cody Hestedler. Jill Hines, Health Freedom, Louisiana. Petra Daly, Vernon Parish. Caleb Holmes, Earthworks. Manga Putman, Vernon Parish. Logan Wolf, Earthworks. Nancy Grush, Sierra Club. Michael Barrett, representing Self. Laurie Sangabine, representing Self. Bert Calais, LACAG. Elizabeth Soychak, Greater New Orleans Interfaith Climate Coalition. Darlene Donahue, My Family. Elizabeth Powers, Self. Jordan Uncle, Allen Parish. Brian Thompson, Vernon Parish Citizen. Caitlin Joshua, Earthworks. Angel Bradford, Sierra Club. Cody Williams, Allen Parish. Joseph Petrie, We the People. Jennifer Petrie, We the People. Julie Petrie, We the People. Renee Savant, Louisiana CO2 Alliance. John Harmon, Self. Anja West, Self. Bill Whittington, Lake Marpar Preservation Society, and Richard Ezel, all in support of House Bill 380, but not wishing to speak. Opposition and wishing to speak against House Bill 380. I might have missed this one. James Sandifer, representing myself in support of House Bill 380, not wishing to speak. Matt Cody. Matt, you still here? Jason French. Tracy Evans. Wave. These are, by the way, opposition wishing to speak. Tracy Evans has reconsidered and is coming to the table. Marjorie McKithen. Wishing to speak. Welcome back, everyone. Come on, Marjorie. All right. 3-minute rule.
I'm Marjorie McKithen again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And thank you all committee members for staying here so late. Just first of all, this whole debate was about House Bill 380, right? Okay. Well, we did away with eminent domain for storage rights with your bill last year, Mr. Chairman. So I think that that's no longer on the table. And just the other thing that I would point out is that the bill does away with the statements about CO2 being in the public interest or for a public purpose for EOR and industrial uses. I don't know if that was intentional, but no matter what this legislative body says, unless it's a constitutional amendment, the courts absolutely decide and have to decide before taking somebody's property whether there's a public purpose, because that is in the Constitution, as Senator Jenkins pointed out. So anyway, that's all that I have right now. But if this was supposed to be about storage rights, as you know, we don't have eminent domain for storage rights. So.
I think Ms. Stoller clarified that earlier. Okay. We think we're all on the same page with that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Restart the clock.
Got a clock on me? Cool. Matt Kodig, Oil and Gas Workers Association. I think the last set of witnesses made it very clear. They brought some people to the table who said, right here at the table, I'm against the oil and gas industry. And I think it's funny that earlier in the day they said they weren't against the oil and gas industry, but now they're mad. And they're siding with this bill with the Sierra Club, who wants to shut down our USA oil and gas jobs. So I just wanted to point that out. I also want, and I'm not sure if the author intended this, but in his statements kept saying people who don't want this under their feet. And I want this body to be very clear that you would set a precedent that would be used to block future oil and natural gas pipelines in addition to CCUS pipelines. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Trudeau, no comment?
She answered. She said it.
So you waived and you reconsidered and you waived again?
I want to make sure it was commented.
Okay, well, that's fair. All right. I do have one comment, Matt. I do appreciate you being here, and you've helped me on lots of issues, but it is possible to be for the oil and gas business and be against the right for somebody to take your property. So just to clarify that. So because that's where I fall, and I don't want to be in a category of being anti oil and gas, because that's where you just seem to classify everybody.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're one of the most pro-oil and gas legislators in the state. And since CCUS is oil and gas, it falls along the same line.
Next question, Representative McCormick.
It's not actually a question. I'd like to make address your comment too. You know, me and the Sierra Club have never been on the same page, but you know they're on the right page this time. I'd rather be on the page with them than the globalists that are dictating to you what we do on our private property.
I wholeheartedly agree with what you said earlier. You know, like, I don't really care what the globalists want. I'm for America. And being for CCUS is for America because our oil and gas jobs have been handicapped.
America stands on private property rights.
I understand that.
You ignore those, nothing else matters.
And in fact, the Louisiana Territory, after that purchase, the westward expansion was built by eminent domain.
Yeah. I'm about to short out.
No, it's all right. Look, we got some Snickers bars back here. Go grab you one. Thank you, Matt. There are no further questions. Thank you if you could yield the table. All right. Cards in opposition, not wishing to speak. I'm sorry, Bob, do you want to come to the table?
I need about 15 seconds. I consider myself a fairly intelligent person. I can't quite figure out eminent domain, doesn't apply to unitization. I don't know. I have no idea what this bill is doing.
I understand.
Okay, none. But in our project in Caldwell Parish, we have a separate situation up there. So we're against it. It is a project killer. We intend to be generous with all of our pore space owners, and we've had conversations with many of them. Many of them are investors in our project. So this is bad for us.
All right, Mr. Bob, thank you very much, and we do appreciate you being here. And in all fairness, I think y'all are against all of the bills. It didn't really matter what any of them did. So, all right, let's read the cards in opposition. Not wishing to speak, Ray Gregson, River Region Chamber of Commerce. Tommy Smart, Loga, Patrick Riley, Louisiana Chemical Association. Andrew Chartrand, Blue Sky Infrastructure, Eric Morvant, Entergy, Kevin Ainsworth, Jones Walker, Douglas, Melanson, ExxonMobil, Mike Monkla, Loga, Brad Hoster, DDG, Don Cole, French Coal Strategies, Ginger Corley, ExxonMobil, Liz Mangum, ExxonMobil, Trey Godfrey, Baton Rouge Area Chamber, Liz Mangum, Air Products, Kyle Domain, DDG, Keely McGibney, One Acadiana, Luke Bullock, Labie, Thomas Murphy, Kay Young, Roy O. Martin, Dr. Natalie Kaczynski, the TJC Group, Blanche Gallagher, Industry Makes, Desiree Lemoyne, Sungas Resources, Desiree Lemoyne, the TJC Group, Desiree Lemoyne, Industry Makes, Tommy Fauché Lamoga, Brian Hanks, Loga Lamoga Labie, Keen Jones, Brack, Robert Bauman, Hood Bauman Associates, Forrest Hudson, Capture Point, Logan Anderson, Jones Walker, Torrey McAllister, McManus Timber, Mike Salito, Roy Road Carbon, and Will Hardy Conservatives for Clean Energy, Louisiana. Representative Bryant, did you need to say something earlier, or are you okay?
I did.
Okay. All right. All right. So on closing, Representative Shammerhorn.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you for indulging me this honor of trying to represent my people. Okay. The main issue is they're coming to rural Louisiana to dispose of their CO2. I don't know where everybody on this committee lives. I would say that some are rural, but I'd say most are in city. How would you feel if you had 2 blocks of land, one was your house, and they wanted to come in and say, I want to run a pipeline? Oh, well, that's for my next bill. So, but we choose to live rural America. And that's where they're wanting to dispose of it. They're not picking on Baton Rouge. You heard the big numbers for West Baton Rouge, but they're going to be pushing the CO2 out in the rural part of Louisiana. They're wanting to take it any way they can to turn a profit. Instead of being a 20,000 acre plume, they should have to do like any other business. If you can't buy it, then you have to settle for a smaller plume. It is no reason to go and test the waters, even though we've heard testimony today that says it's safe, they can monitor the movement and all of this. That is yet to be proven because it's unproven. It is no reason why they should have the ability to come on anybody's property and take it. And with that, I will close. I ask for your favorable passage. And just remember, we are rural Louisiana. Thank
All right.
y'all.
Representative Shammerhorn has closed on House Bill 380. Is there a motion? Motion by Representative McCormick to move House Bill 380 favorable. Is there any objection to that motion? Vice Chair Orgeron objects. Members, a yes vote is for House Bill 380. A no vote is against House Bill 380. Madam Committee Administrative Assistant, would you please call the roll?
Representative Guyman? Yes. Representative Bro? Representative Bryant? No. Representative Carrier? Representative Coates? Yes. Representative DeWitt? Yes. Representative Domingue? No. Representative Travis Johnson? No. Representative Kerner? Representative Lacombe? No. Representative Landry? No. Representative Mack? Yes. Representative McCormick? Yes. Representative Orgeron? No. Representative Reiser? No. Representative Ventrella? Representative Zarang? No. 8, no, 5, yes.
All right, 8 noes and 5 yeas. That bill fails. Next bill, Representative McCormick, House Bill 75. Hang on, let me light you up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just
Stay
like
there,
to,
Rodney.
I'd like to thank the grassroots for showing up today, and I'm disappointed in the outcome of this committee. I think my blood pressure is high enough for one night. I'm going to voluntarily defer HB 75 to next week, and maybe we start off fresh. But thank y'all.
Representative McCormick makes a motion to voluntarily defer House Bill 75. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, that bill will be rescheduled at a later date. Thank you, Representative McCormick. And our last bill of the night, ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee, House Bill 553 by Representative Shammerhorn. Ms. Winkler, can you read that in for us?
Mr. Chairman, members, House Bill 553 by Representative Shammerhorn prohibits the exercise of eminent domain or unitization for a pipeline that carries carbon dioxide.
Thank you, Ms. Winkler. On your bill, Representative Shammerhorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we're going to be addressing carbon dioxide. Been the main topic of all day today, okay, eminent domain and everything else. But like I just stated, we do live in rural America. Even, our chairman, used the example a while ago of his family building on their property. It's our property. We should have the right, without hiring an attorney and going to court, to protect our properties, our rights. I don't know how many of y'all live in the city. I don't know how many of y'all live in the country. But if you live in the country, it costs you more every day to live. We drive farther. We pay more for internet, any of the other services. It costs us more. But it's where we choose to live. We buy that property expecting to own that property for the rest of our lives and pass it on down generations. It's wrong whenever a company that is really a private entity can come and say, hey, that pipeline has to go right through here. I know I'm wasting my time, and I appreciate each and every one of y'all staying till the very end. But it's our right to fight for what we believe. And we do believe that we're being trampled on by big business that's promising all of the benefits. Look, we don't want to stop carbon capture. I don't. It may work great. You do have parishes that want it, will accept it, but you have some that just reject it. I ran a survey and I got over 1,000 responses back. This was my district by itself. 85% wanted zero carbon in my district. I represent Sabine, Vernon, and Beauregard Parish. It's all rural. Representative Owens ran one also. I don't really recall what his results were, but they were pretty close to what mine were. And his were actually city people, because he represents Leesville and Rose Pine and DeRitter. So his was pretty close to what my results were. It just goes to show you that being rural is our lifestyle, and being trampled on by big business is not. As I stated before, Vernon Parish has given up almost 200,000 acres. Sabine Parish has given up 101,000 acres to eminent domain. If you want to run your pipeline, instead of fighting them in court, you should be able to get off your back pocket and try to purchase it. If you can't purchase the right-of-way, go around. And that's the way. I'll take any questions. I'm sorry, I'm tired, and we know where it's going.
You're good. There are no questions. We're going to bring some people up in support, wishing to speak. Did I hear you say you had internet where you live?
I had to go through 5 services before I got it.
You guys got it made. All right. Wishing to speak on House Bill 553 in support, Wendy Beck. Is Wendy here? Wendy's not here. Malaya Batty hasn't been here in a while. Caleb, you wave. Michael Nichols. I believe that's the only one we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No way am I waving. Just want to let y'all know, closing out, this ain't over. There's been some other states had these battles, and they settled it a different way. And if we have to settle it that way, we will. Okay, I just want to let y'all know that. This outcome here today doesn't surprise me. Okay, and I heard the comment about globalists earlier and those kinds of things, people saying about, oh, we're going to make cheap fuel for all these other countries. There's no such thing as clean coal. There's no such thing as clean LNG. There's no such thing as clean hydrogen. You don't change the chemical composition. Okay, this is a scam. This is a scam on the taxpayers. A lot of people have pointed that out to y'all, and y'all still gonna step on us. Y'all gonna trample on our rights. And we'll have to find out, how that shakes out in the long run. Because a lot of people in Louisiana don't know what y'all are doing. And I think that's one of the reasons you're keeping this off the floor. So less people know about it. But guess what? We're going to let them know about it. We're not going to stop, because nobody I talked to, y'all been all over this state. I've talked to city councils. I've talked to parish councils. I've talked to police jurors. As a matter of fact, I talked to a police juror up in Northeast Louisiana. You know what he said about the data center? He said CO2 has nothing to do with it. And we agreed on that. And he agreed to call his representative. And that's going to continue. We've talked to school boards. We're going into the schools. We had these people come in, they're going to go into the schools and they're going to train one side of this. Well, that's not an education. That's brainwashing. When you start going into a school and you're saying, oh, we're going to train welders up. Look, I know how to dirt daub. You know what I'm saying? I can dirt daub. We want to have some good welders. We want to have them there to weld that pipe so it don't break like it did in Satarsha, Mississippi, because it broke right at the weld. That's a weak link in all this. Anytime you introduce human error into this, you're going to have failures. And all we're saying is we don't want this pipeline close to our house. We don't want it close to our grandkids. We want to have some say-so in this. That's all we are asking y'all. And I think that's very little to ask. But you know what? If y'all think it's too much, just continue down that path, okay? Because I think in the long run, you're going to find out that may not be how most people in Louisiana think. But thank y'all very much.
Mr. Nichols, thank you very much for being here and staying all night with us. Thank you. There are no questions for Mr. Nichols. We're going to read the rest of the green cards. In support, not wishing to speak, Becca Hilburn, Denise Hilburn, Juanita Perkins, Alan Parrish, Donna Dickens, Alan Parrish, Richard Ezel, Jamie Sandifer, Leslie Midkiff, landowner, Shay Simone, Louisiana Cattlemen's Association, Angel Bradford Sierra Club, Michael Barrett, representing self, Aquila Victoria, I believe was what that was, CO2 Alliance, Henry Victoria, CO2 Alliance, James Vanderwell, Greater New Orleans Interfaith Climate Coalition, Jeff Reed, LNLA, Joseph Coco, Lisa Loop, LNLA, Julie Richmond Sauer, Vernon Parish, Laurie Sangaburn, representing self, Monica Granger, We the People, Daryl Granger, We the People, Cynthia Horton, We the People, Mark Horton, We the People, Caitlin Joshua, Earthworks, I think is what that says, Larry Putman, Vernon Parish, Cody Hostetler, Tommy Cryer, Jill Hines, Health Freedom Louisiana, Tamisha Victorian, CO2 Alliance and We the People, Jordan, Arkell, I believe, Alan Parrish, Brian Thompson, Vernon Parish Citizen, Darlene Donahue, My Family, Susie Labrie, Ali Johnson, Kashada Tribe and Jeff Davis Parish, Brian Robinson, Healthy Golf, Walter Beach, representing self, David Daly, Vernon Parish, Deborah Daly, Vernon Parish, Marga Putman, Vernon Parish, Nancy Grush, Sierra Club, Elizabeth Soychik, Greater New Orleans Interfaith Climate Coalition, Bert Calais, Louisiana Citizens Advocacy Group, Renee Savant, Louisiana CO2 Alliance, John Harmon, Self, Sarah Rigmaiden, and Linda Langley. All green cards in support of House Bill 533, but not wishing to speak. In opposition and wishing to speak.
Order, Mr. Chairman. Call question.
Representative McCormick calls a question to which I object. We're almost finished. Is that okay? Thank you. All right, so wishing to speak, Tracy Evans. In opposition, waves. Gregory Neff. In opposition, wishing to speak, Marjorie McKithen. Waves. Thomas, nope, that doesn't wish to speak. That's all wishing to speak. I'm going to read the rest of the cards in opposition. Tommy Smart, Loga. Ray Gregson, River Region Chamber of Commerce. Patrick Riley, LCA. Marjorie McKithen, Jones Walker. Andrew Chartrand, Blue Sky Infrastructure. Desiree Lemoyne, the Sun Gas Resources. Kevin Ainsworth, Jones Walker. Will Hardy, Conservatives for Clean Energy, Louisiana. Tony McAllister, McManus Timber Company. Logan Anderson, Jones Walker, Forrest Hudson, Capture Point. Mike Moncla, Loga. Bob Bauman, Hood, Bauman Associates. Michael Heck, GNO. Kerr Jones, Brack, Brian Hanks, Loga Lamoga Lobby. Tommy Fauché Lamoga. Blanche Gallagher, Industry Makes. Dr. Natalie Kaczynski, the TJC Group. Cade Young, Royal Martin. Desiree Lemoyne, Industry Makes. Desiree Lemoyne, TJC Group. Blanche Gallagher, Industry Makes. Ginger Corley, Exxon Mobil. Brian with DDG. Linz Mangan, Exxon Mobil. Trey Godfrey, Baton Rouge Area Chamber. Linz Mangan, Air Products. Kyle Domain, DDG. Keeley McGibbony, One Acadiana. Luke Bullock, Lobby. Thomas Murphy, Cade Young, Royal Martin. Douglas Melanson, Exxon Mobil. I'm not sure I could go through another round of that. So those are all in opposition, not wishing to speak to House Bill 553. Representative Shammerhorn on closing.
Thank you, Chairman Guyman. I wanted also to be noted that also there was around, well, it's more than 500 emails sent in. Also, I don't know what the percentage was for or against, but there were that many sent in on each one of these bills. Okay. That's how concerned the citizens are in my area. And as I stated before, we do not want to stop carbon capture. We just want to stop it from coming to us where it's not wanted. The benefits don't outweigh the cost that it's going to put on us. 2 years ago, we had fires in my district. It was my whole district, it was on fire. Okay? It went from Florine, Toledo Bend, all the way down to Riceland and Sanger. Maryville, evacuated twice. It went on for over a month. Our volunteer fire departments were wrung out. I was wrung out because I slept in my truck with a pillow and a blanket, making sure I was doing everything I could to help. That's what this is. This is trying to help my people have a voice here in this committee. I'm asking for your support, and I wish you all a good night. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Representative Shammerhorn. Is there a motion on House Bill?
Motion to move favorably.
There is a motion to move favorably on House Bill 553. Is that the right number? 553? House Bill 553, a motion by Representative McCormick to move favorable. Is there opposition? There is. Opposition by by Vice Chair Orgeron. Members, a yes vote is for House Bill 553. A no vote is against House Bill 553. Madam Committee Administrative Assistant, please call the roll.
Representative Guyman? Yes. Representative Bro? Representative Bryant? Representative Carrier? Representative Coates? Yes. Representative DeWitt?
No.
No. Representative Domain?
No.
No. Representative Travis Johnson?
No.
No. Representative Kerner? Representative Lacombe? No. Representative Landry? No. Representative Mack? Yes. Representative McCormick? Yes. Representative Ogeron? No. Representative Reiser? No. Representative Ventrella? Representative Zerain? No. 8 no, 4 yes.
8 noes and 4 yeses, the bill fails to pass. Members, before you cut out, we need to do one order of business. We need to adopt the minutes from the 2024 regular session, 2024 second extra session, special session, and the 2024 third special session. We need to adopt the committee amendments. Is there a motion? Motion to adopt. Any objection? No objection. Those amendments are adopted. Representative Landry makes a motion to adjourn. No opposition.